Hello, hello, hello. One second. Let me see if I can fix this without moving my camera a million and one times. How's everyone doing? Jeez. Okay. Thank you. Yep. You're in my way. No. I'm just going to delete this whole thing. Okay. Well, I got ready. Gonna put on my handy dandy lip gloss. I swear, I'm just waiting for one of my cats to one of these cats to knock it off the counter. Before we start though. Oh, I lost my thing, by the way. That's where that went. I saw a string in my dryer and I was like, where did that go? And then I was like, okay, I think I just found it. I think I just found it. Oh my We're bringing the milkshake. Hi. 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 Hi, Ben. Hi, Bay. Hi, Hector. How are you? How's it going? Congratulations on
Come inside and have a nice cup of
winning
tea.
the DVD tournament. Well, the survivors did. If Hector brings me, I follow. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome on in. Hi, everyone. I just started. I've been having issues with my sound lately, and I was just trying to figure out why my sound wasn't working. But I don't even think I have sound on this one. Now, if I add my game sound back. Aha. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Let's see. Can I bring this back in here? Is it because I'm not in here? Oh. Oh, nope. But welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Let me see. I'm going to check in one sec. You were playing... Oh, Dead by Daylight. But welcome, welcome, everyone. Hi, how are you? Thank you for redeeming your daily golden ticket. It was really fun getting to play in the tourney, and congrats on the Lions for winning the killer side. Yeah, thank you. I think it was the best outcome for both the Latin Guild and the Indigenous Alliance to win. Just saying. We're representing all of the Americas. Right? Yeah.
Prefer to remain anonymous.
Here he is, the one and only winner of the Gemini Croquet Contest.
See, I don't know why this isn't working. Hi, Daenerys. Right? I know. Well, I'm about to play some DBD. Okay, so here was my thoughts. I didn't stream the tournament, and I was going to, but then I was so nervous. I kid you not. I feel like it was like one of those things where, you know when you're like the first up for the game? Oh wait, it's working now. Hold on. Let me turn this off. Here we go. My hands were shaking. I know. You know when you're like the first up? Like, I kid you not, the amount of times we read the rules and made sure and coordinated and did all those things, because I was like, please don't let us be the first team that didn't read the rules, didn't read the instructions, getting penalties. Like, we were like so nervous. Like, honestly, we were like, we were afraid that we were going to be that team. And I was like, please don't, let's not be that team that didn't read the rules, which is funny because it was actually the team after us that had all the violations. Well, and then they also had like connection issues as well too, but like honestly, I was just so nervous. I don't know. I never want to be that person who like that it's like my fault that things aren't going right. Which is funny because when it happens to other people, I'm like, it's okay, it happens to everybody. But I'm like, but I was just like, yeah. All I said to myself, hooks, gens, endgame, anything goes. I know, like 100%. Like, and even before we went live, like even before we even joined the lobby, when we got in there, we were like, okay, remember, as soon as you join a custom, it messes with your whole system. So double check, triple check, make sure that you have your build how it's supposed to be, your item in your hand, you know, all that stuff. Like, we were like, make sure you have all the things. Yeah, we were like, I was like so nervous. So yeah, and I was gonna go live, but then like by the time we like did all that stuff and got in the lobby, I was like, shit, I should have went live already. But we were also practicing like right up until we played. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna go live. I'm already nervous right now. I feel like something's gonna go wrong and I'm just gonna be like, ah. Plus, I feel like our 2 games went by so fast. Not only did we like basically gen rush, not only did we basically gen rush the group, but like we had the end game builds of like having the Noed spawn next to the hook both times. We were like, there's no way. We're basically gonna give the killer like free hooks if we stayed there. Like, it's like, no, we gotta leave. So we thought we would have enough points because we finished all the gens and, you know, we got many people out. Like, we were hoping, we were like, we have to have gotten like good points, right? Gotta get some dinner and lurk. Oh, thank you. Yes, please, please. If you need to raid and run, please feel free. Thank you for your communities. Come over if you want to stay and lurk. Much appreciated. But yes, please go do your after stream care and take care of yourselves. Welcome everyone. If you don't know me, my name is Simply Aretha. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker, content creator, and streamer. I recently added TV at the end of my name on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok because it's a long story, but basically YouTube would not let me change my name, so I had to add TV to it. But I am Simply Aretha everywhere else. SimplyAretha.com is my main site that has all my links. I'm usually known as Simply Aretha everywhere else. But yeah, on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, I just added TV at the end. But yeah, I do a lot of things. I usually play DBD on Mondays. I am gonna play DBD today. I might switch to some Valorant after because my new obsession has been playing a lot of Valorant lately. So I figured I'd run a few games, maybe play a couple killer matches. I am horrible at killer. Okay. Secret time. When I was trying to find people to play this tournament from the Alliance, we had so many people willing to be survivors. And it was like me and Masquerade who were like, okay, if no one wants to be killer, we'll be killer. So it was literally going to be between me and Mixed Masquerade. Like we're like one of us will be killer. And I'm like, okay, if I got to be killer though, like you need to let me know now because I will practice. But I'm not a good killer. I'm a survivor main. And so Mixed Masquerade was like the same. And so then we had someone join who was like, well, everyone who was on our team is part of the Alliance, okay? So then we had someone who was going to join, but then they had issues with their computer, so then they couldn't participate in the venue anymore. But we had a backup who also could have been a killer. So we were like, okay, hey, we need you to join. You know, our killer can no longer join because they're having issues with their computer. You know, like, can you join? And now they were going to be at work for they had like a double shift that day now. So they're like, I can no longer participate either. And we were like, oh my God. So Mixed Masquerade was like, I can ask Odie. Odie is part of the Alliance, but Odie is also part of Team Journey. Like, I don't know if they're allowed to participate. So that was the first thing I did. I literally went to the chat and was like, hey, can this person be our killer? Because we've had basically everyone back out. We need an extra person, and it would be preferably if they were a killer. And so Odie was actually one of the runners for the event. And so, yeah, we got clarification that they were allowed to participate and that they were able to, like, basically be our killer. And so we're like, okay, great. So Odie was like a last minute fill. And not that we didn't think of it. It's just that we didn't reach out to people. I just posted like, hey, anyone want to participate? And I think Odie joined not too long ago. So yeah. Funko posted on our Guild DVD channel, all 5 of us were in, and then I got ping based. Then I got oh my God. Right, exactly. You know, it's funny. It's one of those things where it's one of those things where it's like, you know, all these people play DBD. The problem is that, I mean, put your hand up if you are part of multiple guilds, stream teams, and or groups. That was our problem. So there were a few people that we knew we could ask, but we knew that they were already participating as part of the Indigenous Alliance. I mean, the Indigi Horror Squad, right? And even then, like, so that's what I was saying, like, I'm also a member of Team Technicolor, and like, I was already getting asked, like, hey, we need someone for Team Technicolor, and I'm like, I can't, like, I'm part of the Alliance, and I'm already in the Alliance. Yeah. No, it was like so many people. Like, we had so many friends who were like, we asked and they were like, I'm already participating in, I'm with this group. I'm with this group. I'm with this group. Like, we had so many people that were just like, it was like trying to get them first, but they were like, no, I'm already committed to this group. And we were like, okay. It was so hard. So when we found out that that Odie was able to join our team as the killer, was great because yeah, they're part of Team Journey, and they are a part of the Alliance. They are members of the Alliance. But I think at this point, like, I think when you get down to the end, it's like trying to find people who are available and like can fill and can represent the community. And actually, so we were actually in the Indigenous Alliance. We were in one of the VCs, and we were doing like a watch party thing. So we watched all the things. We watched the whole tournament, and we watched everyone else as well. Maybe made a few donations. Yeah. Yeah. So we were watching the whole time, and then Jessa, who is the creator and founder of Indigi Horror Squad, like was messaging in the Alliance saying like, oh my goodness, we need someone to cover for the Indigi Horror Squad. We can't find anyone. We need someone to like jump in. And so again, like there were a few of us. I'm in the Discord, but I'm not technically part of the Indigi Horror. Well, yeah. So I helped Jessa out, and I basically, Panda was like, "Oh, I'll join again." So we were like, "Wait, you were already on our team, but we're out." Like, because the Alliance was out already from the first day, or from the earlier that day from the first half. And so we asked again. The organizers were like, "Can someone play on more than one team? Like, our team's already out. Can they still play for Indigi Horror because they are members of Indigi Horror?" And they said yes, they could. So Panda actually played twice. But yeah, we were helping Jessa out. And Jessa was actually on a train. Is Jessa like, I think Jessa's like traveling somewhere? So Jessa was like, thank you so much. I was on the train trying to like get someone. I'm like, I got you. I'll get it. Don't worry. I'll make sure it happens. So yeah, we got Panda to fill in for Indigi Horror. So Panda played twice. And yeah, and Jessa jumped in the voice chat with us while they were on the train, and we were all watching together. I will say, I would known what perk to buff and or nerf if I didn't hear the host tell me, you know, it'd be a shame if somebody did this, and I was like, really? It was actually pretty funny too, because like I said, I'm a part of Team Technicolor, and obviously I'm part of the Alliance. Like, I'm one of the founders, and I kid you not, we were in a we had a DM group with everyone who was participating, and the conversation in there was, what nerf or buff do we need to bring that will help Odie when they go against Team Technicolor? And I was like, I can't be a part of this conversation. I gotta go. Oh, I know. I was like, oh my God. And then I was like, I totally forgot that they say who it was at the end, like who removed the perk. And so I was like, oh shit. I should have said it was anonymous. But then I was like, you know what? Let's go for it. But you still did really well without it, though. I'm just saying. I would say one of your better matches. Ah, love you, mean it. Wait, are you usually have one of these. I probably don't have it anymore. No. My friend has a emote that says "Love You Mean It," but they haven't streamed in a long time, so I've let my my sub lapse. I had deer stalker interruption. I mean, was it helpful though? I should have removed one of those. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what perk we needed to bring it so that the Noed would stop spawning near the hook, because that would have been helpful for us on our team. Like, it was like beyond our control. Like, literally we gen rushed and then the totem was there. And it's funny too, because we did say we thought that they would bring Noed again. So in the whole running thing, we were like, yeah, let's make sure that if you see a totem, cleanse the totem. But we just finished the gen so fast that we never got a chance to... I know, both times. And we literally were in there going like, no, there's no way we're going to get this totem. Because we knew that the killer knew that it was there. Because we thought, well, okay, maybe if the killer doesn't know it's there, then maybe I can, like, bait them into leaving. Like, maybe we could do that. But the chances of them getting someone down would be not great, and then they would just get another hook. Yeah, there was nothing we could do, and it happened both times. Yeah, exactly. That's what we did. We were like, sometimes it's just easier to give them that one kill, so then that way, you know, we're not giving them all the points. And, I mean, we still had the 5 gens, and the more people we got out, the better. But yeah, I think a lot of our survivors had, like, really close matches. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's for charity. And, you know, I mean, I've done DVD tournaments in the past. And I try to remind everyone of that, because we've had ones where people were like, oh my god, this killer's so sweaty. I'm like, they're just really good. And I'm like, sometimes you just have to remember, like, it's for charity. And that's sometimes what you have to remind everybody on the tournament. Like, hey, like, relax. Calm down. Don't be sweaty. But also, you know, like, don't tunnel, don't whatever. And then people, like, even when I used to put those stipulations of my tournaments, people were like, well, define camping, define slugging, define camping. And I literally had to define them all for people. And they're like, some people play that way. That's a way that you can play. And I'm like, it's for, okay, back it up. It's for charity. Like, and so I think if you lead with that, it's usually pretty good. And yeah, just reminding people that, yeah, I mean, it's great to win. Everyone wants to win, especially when we play DVD. But at the end of the day, it's for charity. Yeah, and it's not a regular lobby. It's people who probably play. Like, you know, when you play DVD, like, you're going to get some random people who maybe it's their first day. Maybe they've literally been playing since day one when you could only join the server in your area. Like, you know? Maybe it's someone who's like, hey, I've never played killer before, but we need a killer for our team. And they're like, well, I sometimes play killer. I guess I could try. You know, it happens. That was basically going to be me. I was just going to play killer and do my best. The killer that I was going to play... Actually, hold on. Let's see. I normally play a few games of killer. Yeah.
Hello again, naughty bear.
Okay. So I play Naughty Bear. That's who I would have played. This would have been my killer. But if we look at even this, like, I prestige everyone to at least prestige 1. And I don't have this killer. The killer I probably play the most you think is probably Xenomorph, but it's actually not. My number one killer that I have the most hours on is the Trapper and then Xenomorph. Although my first killer that I started playing with was the Nightmare, but ever since they changed the way his mechanics work, like I get, if I have to do too many things to get their stuff to work, I always get confused and it never works for me. I will say sometimes I think I'm better at, I'm good sometimes with Gunslinger and Huntress occasionally. I was gonna be Bing Bong first, then Chucky. Ah. Yeah. Sometimes I'm okay with Huntress, and sometimes I'm okay with Gunslinger. I think it's because I also play Valorant, so anything where I have to, like, aim and throw something, I'm usually okay. After a while. Yeah. Yeah, and then, yeah. Chucky. I usually play Tiffany. I could have probably played Tiffany. I think I have done a tournament where I was Tiffany. Or no, was I Trapper? Or maybe I was Xenomorph. No. But I will say, other than I don't have this chapter. The Five Nights at Freddy's chapter. I don't have that chapter. But every killer is adept. This one was my first killer tourney. Oh my goodness. Ooh, and you did so good. Eric, let me shut up while I'm here. Well, and the thing too is, like, you know, when you're playing in these lobbies, they will usually give you the survivor that's kind of like at your level when you don't play them that often. So that's the other thing too. Like, some of these teams, like, I would have gotten no hooks, nothing. I would have gotten nothing. Like, I honestly. And this is my sweaty build. This is the one I use all the time. I have Surge, No Quarter, Hex Plaything, and Tinkerer. Try Deerstalker? Okay. See, I don't like the perk that I hate the most is Merciless Storm. I hate that one. So that's why I was like, you know what? Deerstalker. Have it. Hold on. Wait. Oh, shit. You'll see them every 30 seconds. Okay. I was trying to find it, but it wasn't giving me the option. I didn't even think I brought an offering. Did I? Okay. Let me try this. I want to do another tournament. So I did a tournament. I did 2 tournaments the year before, but last year I got really sick. I was really, really sick. I was actually in the hospital, like, almost all summer.
Time to do what you do best, Naughty.
And so I was like, I didn't do my, I didn't do my tournaments last year. I was going to try to do it for November, because I usually do it during Native American Heritage Month and Indigenous Peoples Month. But, I'm I think I'm gonna try to do it this month. My problem is that I used to do it in partnership with DVD, but the person that I used to work with a lot no longer works there. And so now I don't have a contact at DVD anymore. And I'm not a DVD partner and or... I don't know what they're doing. I thought I saw someone over here. Oh. I'm gonna go this way. Okay. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, Jane? Get back here, Jane. Oh. Wow, these eruptions are loud. Oh. I'm coming, friend. I'm coming. What? Get back here. Wait, why am I all... No, thanks. Do they all have, like calm spirit or something? Because I swear, none of them are being very loud. All right. And then there's this guy who keeps running into all the gins. Ah. You know what? Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it? What do I think? There's this door and that door. Wow, they are very far from each other. Get out, Jane! Wait, I saw them. Oh, shit. Okay, Deer Stalker. Let's try that. Oh my god, I'm talking so much, my mouth is so dry. GG's. Oh, only one of them wasn't. Okay. I was like, yeah, Iron Will. That was the one that I'm like, are they overrating Iron Will? No, it was the Jane. The Jane I can never hear. I was like, you must have it. Oh, I'm built to last. Love it. Hyper focus. Oh, and they had Deja Vu. See, that one's a good gen perk. Fast track. Built to last. Oh, they had the thing you can get the hatch at Shack. You should have taken the hatch win. Well, you needed your teammates to leave. That was probably your problem. Lithe, yeah. Checks out. Poised. Self-care, Left Behind, Iron Will, Calm Spirit. I did say Calm Spirit. One was one. Iron Will and Calm Spirit. Deja Vu, Lightweight, Lithe, and Windows of Opportunity. Wait, do we think this was a squad? I don't think this was a squad. I think the Steves, maybe? But I don't think the other two were. Okay, Kitty, you can't... Listen. Stop standing on my keyboard when I'm playing. Okay. Okay. This kitty has given me so much grief, and it's not even my cat. He has an eye infection. He has an upper respiratory infection. He's on antibiotics. He fights with me the most to take his antibiotics. Basically gotta, like, shove it down his throat. But he's a good kitty, though. He hasn't bit me yet. And he's lucky, because I will bite back. Yeah, I have 2 dogs upstairs. You can ask them. This is Lentil. He's usually not the cuddly one, but I think because I made his eye feel a lot better and his tummy feel a lot better and his whole, like, he's not coughing or sneezing anymore. I think he's been showing me more love. Like, thank you for making me feel better. Although you made me very nervous when I took him to the vet. Hair over my face. Oh. Senior Papa Tad? Okay. Okay, get down. Get down then. Get down. Thank you. GG's. Wait, who are you? Wait. Were you the Ada? Oh. I'm allergic to cats and their freaking hair everywhere. Okay. I was just looking at the perks. I was just saying I'm not a big killer main, but I was like, yeah. I was wondering if y'all were together. I assume that the
Shall we play today?
Jesus, Naughty Bear. You have to be so loud? I was saying that I thought that the Steves were together. Killed it. Oh my god. Graphic. Yeah. Is there turn down the one, like the noise from the one people? Ugh. I got like cat hair all my face. I'm allergic to cats, but I keep, letting them jump up on my desk. These aren't my cats, by the way. These are my niece's cats. I'm watching them while she's looking for a place. Oh, I got hair in my mouth. But yeah. GG's. Wait, can I turn the here? Okay. Let's see. Oh, I was gonna try Deerstalker. Okay. So Bay was saying that I should try Stalker. I always play a couple killer matches before I switch to Survivor. But I can only play killer for so long because I get killer makes me so nauseous. I could only when I first started playing killer, the only way I could play killer is I had to put on the one that gives you like a wider field of view. I don't know which one's that one called. It's like Lightboard, but it's not Lightboard. Ugh. Now they made my nose runny. I did take my allergy medication this afternoon. Okay. Damage 150 generators and hook people. We got this! Yeah. I actually am pretty proud of myself. I will purposely not tunnel people, especially. There are settings you can change. Yeah, that's basically what I did. That was before. So now I have it. So like, for example, my visual, the graphics one, yeah. My screen resolution, I have it like as far up as possible. Because I need to make the HUD as much as possible. Because for me, it's like, it's the fast movement. And that's why like killers, I can't. Because even when it's like moving, like when I'm spinning around too much, it's the first person perspective. Like I also get really nauseous after a while. Yeah, I have all the things set, which I think is pretty good. I can handle quite well now, but I also have to remember not to look around too much. That also hinders me a little bit as killer because sometimes I'm not catching the things out of the corner of my eye. Chucky is fast when he does a slice. Yeah. Ooh, hold on. You want to see my Chucky? Or Tiffany, sorry. Let's see. Who do I have? Okay, so I have Trail of Torment, Ultimate Weapon, Tinkerer, and Friends to the End.
We're gonna have fun.
Okay, you said Deerstalker. Okay. I don't really need Ultimate Weapon if I have Deerstalker, right? Tinkerer, Deerstalker, Trail of Torment. I like Friends to the End. I can't probably do this one. This one just makes me silent. You know what? I'll get rid of Tinkerer. I don't think I need Tinkerer. Let me try... What is that perk that I banned? Nowhere to hide. Okay. Hi, Phoenix. Okay, I have Friends to the End, Nowhere to Hide, Deerstalker, and Trail of Torment. I like those ones. Ooh, and I have Screech Cobbler. Slice and Dice. I'm not very much. Not very much. I'm just playing some killer for a little bit. Actually, I was thinking about doing killer for a little bit and then maybe switching over to some Valorant after. Because I do want to get at least some dailies in before tomorrow. But I might do that later. My nose is so itchy. Ugh. But I'm gonna switch to some Survivor after this. I like to at least play a few killer matches. Well, I normally play DVD on Monday, but I swear, my new obsession is Valorant. Gain 2% movement speed after a scamper for 5 seconds. Oh, maybe I should do that one. And I've been like, DBD was fun this weekend. I should play more. Lol. It is fun. I know you're probably busy, probably playing some other games later. But after, I might play 1 or 2 more killer games, and then I'm gonna switch to Survivor. If you want to come join me, you're more than welcome to. But I know you're probably playing something else. All right, let's try. Oh my god, that one cat jumped up on my desk, and then I brushed him, and I just have this hair on my nose. I can't seem to go away. I mean, it was fun. I just wish there was more hours in the day, you know? Ooh, I could do some Survivor if when you swap, I'm just taking a break from nesting the new apartment style. Ooh, okay. Alrighty then. I was showing Bay I'm gonna show Bay my Tiffany skills. Damn cat. Okay, we're missing a player here. Where's your friends? We got a dust. I swear. I've washed my clothes so much because I cannot stand cat hair. Like, is it cruel to just shave cats so you don't have to have their hair everywhere? I kid you not. My mom is like not a big fan of cats either. But if I told my mom that I was going to take any of these cats to the vet to get them declawed or something like that, my mom would be so mad at me. My mom's like, you don't do that to an animal. Hey. What the hell, dude? This cat back here is just literally back here licking this other cat's ass. The worst part is they're brothers. And the other cat is constantly, like, basically humping the other cat. Like, all the time. Well, at least there's not going to be kittens because they're both males. And brothers. But, you know, in the animal kingdom, apparently that doesn't matter. Okay, let's try this. Oops, I meant... Come on, Tiffany, we got this. I'm like, where is this hook? Oh, it's over here. Ooh.
Don't you run from me.
Oh, friends to the end. I totally forgot about that. Wait. No, that's not a hook. Looks over here. Okay. I'm in hidey hole. Whoop, I missed! I missed! This is so horrible. I didn't realize there was one right
Just be very quiet.
there. Very, very quiet. Oh. That is really hard to do, by the way. Oh.
Scared of a doll? Really?
Oh, ah! That's a wall. That's a wall. That's a wall. That's a wall. It took me like months. I'm like, I don't even know where.
Yeah, that looks like it hurts.
At least I body blocked her. Oh, there's a thingy on there. I don't think that's gonna help me.
What a drama queen. You don't have to scream every time you're hooked. Seriously.
Right?
Little shit.
Wait.
I'm running from a doll.
Running from a doll? Why? Why'd you?
Oh, come on. You can scream better than that.
I want to know why you're... Whoops. Oh, shit. Wait, how did you run underneath? I'm like, why isn't it working? Do, 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 do.
This is so addictive.
Sweaty. I was just trying to dash and hit people.
Fun, isn't it?
I don't think I kicked Jens enough, though. GG's. Love you, mean it. Okay. Friends to the end. I think I got a lot of value out of the friends to the end. Nowhere to hide. When you damage generators, reveal aura of the survivors standing within 24 meters for 3 seconds. I got a lot out of that. Deer Sucker. Every 30 seconds, reveal your aura to survivors within the... Reveal your aura to the survivors within the lowest chase time for 3 seconds. Trail of Torment. The Undetectable. I feel like the Undetectable did quite well. Also, welcome back from the ad, everybody. Ooh. Let's see. Milestones. Okay, so I needed to damage 150 generators. I don't think I did that enough either. Escape the trial. Those are survivors. Hook. So I need to hook at least 24 more times. Sacrifice or kill survivors. Oh, that one I'm pretty close on. I wonder if I could do 2 more. Okay, let's play one more killer match. Who should I be? Like I said, I got every killer but the animatronic. Who should my last killer be? I am, however, I am trying to get
Hello again, Naughty Bear.
Jesus, Naughty Bear, why are you so loud? I am trying to get so right now I have all my killers to at least P1. I want to get them to P3 so I can at least get all the perks at least to like level 3. I think I'm really close with this one. Okay. I'm gonna bring petrified oak so that the thingies are closer together. Okay, this one. Okay. Tinker was okay. No quarter. Okay, hold on. Deer stalker. Wait, do I not have deer stalker? Is that my problem? Wait, do I not have deer stalker? Who has deer stalker? Wait, who has the deer stalker perk? Why can't I find it? Oh, wow. I do not have it unlocked, apparently. Distressing. Okay. Okay, apparently I have nowhere to hide. Hex plaything, Tinkerer, Surge. You know what? We're gonna do this one. We're gonna do... Ultimate weapon. Okay. Last killer match of the night, and then we will move on to Survivor. Let's hopefully we can... Oh, shit. Let's hopefully see why we don't have Deerstalker. This is so weird. I literally have it on Chucky and I don't have it on this character? That is so weird. Also, anyone going to the 10-year anniversary? Everyone excited? The tickets are supposed to go on sale, but not sale. Are supposed to be announced on the 19th, apparently? I'm so excited. I already have my flight and hotel. Like, I will be there. Shit, that's right. I should do that. I should do that sooner than later. Sorry. Randomly thought about something else. So if you didn't know, I'm a filmmaker, and one of my mentors has a production company that's based out of Montreal, and I mentioned I was there last year, and so they said if I'm ever in town, let them know and I can come by and see their office. So yeah, I was gonna go and say hi and maybe get a meeting in there. I really want to work on another film project, but I really need to finish the film project I'm doing right now. Yeah. All right. Work's done. Nope, 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 nope. Work's done. We are not thinking about work. I gotta remember to do that more. I need to unplug. I cannot work 24 hours a day.
They're all going to pay, won't they, Naughty?
I swear, these little bush things are like just situated in the right places. Ugh. Calm spirit. So annoying. Yes. Take me to the basement. Oh my god. Also, that perk is so annoying. Oh shit. Was it over something? Boiled over? Oh my god. They're gen rushing me. How dare you? Apparently she doesn't look behind her. Thanks. Oh my god, she is boiled over too. Oh, sprint burst? Oh, not flashlight. What? No, where are you going? Come on. Good sprint burst. Good sprint burst. This would have been a good head-on if someone had head-on. Just saying. At this point, I'm just gonna get some gen kicking going. Oh shit. Where do I think they are? Maybe here? I was just gonna say, I'm like, oh my god, please don't tell me they all have freaking calm spirit. It's okay, my friend. It's okay. Did they think that I couldn't see them? Oh. Hey, I didn't even know you were here. Where have you been? Nice. There. Nice. You help me get rid of these pallets. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, they got stuck on the rock. Oh, quick and quiet. Let's go. Oh, nice. Wait, were you supposed to be the juicer this whole time? Oh, adrenaline. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Everyone has to be hooked once. Get over here. Hey, get back here. No, 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 no. Okay, we're gonna be nice. Here. Here. Wait, I'm trying to put you down. Get out. Get out. Get out. See, two reasons why you have to be nice. One, it's fine. Two, They're not the person I wanted to hook. I wanted to hook that one person. I didn't get them. 3. I need to build up good karma because now I'm going to switch to Survivor. That's my reasoning. And I'm sticking to it. Oh, wait. One of them... I was going to say, one of them is not... the V. I thought they were all console, but no. One of them must be like Microsoft Store or something.
Good day, naughty.
Good day, Naughty Bear. Let's see. Hive Mind. Okay, got that one. Let's see. Hi, Jungly. Okay, why do I not have Deerstalker at all? Wait, who has Deerstalker? Okay, I'm about to switch to Survivor. So close to getting Naughty Bear to 3. Okay, who has Deerstalker? Who has that perk? Okay, let me Google it. Oh shit, I forgot to put Is a general available to all killers? Okay, but why don't I have it on Naughty Bear? Am I spelling it wrong? Seriously, why don't I have Deerstalker? It's supposed to be a base perk. It's not even giving me an option. Does anyone know? Yeah, but like, look. So, okay. So if so this is the perks, right? So I'm selected on a perk right now, right? This one is Trail of Torment. If I do Deer, D-E-R. Look, it's not even an option for me. I mean, maybe? That's why I was looking in here. That's why I was like, okay, maybe it's supposed to be in here? I'm literally P2. Right? General perk shouldn't be. So look, okay, let's go to someone else. The Wraith, okay? Let's see the Wraith. Because I just used it on Tiffany. Look, it's right here. Was it at all ever called something else? Hold on. Okay, so if this is A Nurse's Calling, Alien Instinct, Bamboozled, Bitter Murmur, Blood Warden, Bloodhound, Brutal Strength, Colubrine, Corruption, Dark Devotion, Darkness Revealed, Dead Man's Switch, and Discordance. If we're going by alphabetical, shouldn't it be between here? Was it always called that? Maybe it was called something else? Me too. I'm pretty sure. Okay, hold on. Let me Google it again. And I'm gonna say something like, okay, first of all, I forgot to say. Okay, let me... Okay, let's check. All right, so, okay. Dear Stalker not showing up in perks for killer in DVD. Okay. Perk rework. Deerstalker was significantly changed in September 2025 to act as a reverse object of obsession. No longer simply reveals slugs. It reveals the auras of service for currently senior. Too many unlocked perks. If you have prestiged many killers, P1 plus, the perk pool becomes crowded, making it harder to find specific base perks. Keep purchasing other perks to force the blood web to offer Deerstalker. Okay, let's go to the store, maybe? I'm sure I had it. You're gonna force me to take Noed, aren't you? Okay. It's saying that it's only doing this to me because maybe I have too many people P1 plus. Firm Embrace. Shadowborn. That was it. Shadowborn, by the way. Coup de Grace. Oppression. Eruption. Okay. So it's not gonna give me it? Nope. Alright. I mean, I don't know why you're not giving me for Naughty Bear, but you gave it to me for everyone else. Okay, let's see. Okay, someone I'm not gonna play. I struggle with this character so bad. If you give me... Deersucker. Well, I'm about to play some Survivor if anyone wants to join me.
This is my base of operations.
I'm not giving up. Not today.
If anyone would like to join, you are more than welcome. Anybody? I was just gonna say, I'm like, do I not even have Discord even open? Oh my god, it's already 9:30? Jeez. You'll join the next one? You can join in a minute? Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Is anyone excited for the... Is it the new chapter is unlocked? Next one? Is it? Is the next is it the killer that's gonna be released tomorrow? I never pay attention to anything. Ooh, okay. Gently, I am in my voice chat if you want to join. You're more than welcome to. Just let me know. I think I just gotta drag you in. Do, 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 do. Oh, estimated queue time, 1 minute. Oh my god. So much cat hair all over me. Ooh. Also, yes, I definitely am thinking I want to do. See, this is where I'm like, I can't overwork myself, but at the same time, I'm like, I want to do 2 tournaments now. I want to do one for Dead by Daylight and one for Valorant. Shall see. Wow, I always know where to find you. In... Wait, that is right. Okay, yeah. Wait, is that working? Yeah, that's working. Okay. Oh, I can't see it because of my little Valorant little thingies over it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm like, you weren't talking. How was I supposed to know?
Oh, my repo character's still there, I see. I love it. It's never changing.
Why not? It should be like, you should do, you should, I wonder if there's a way that you can do a morph that's like, when you're not talking, it's Dwight, and then when you're talking, you turn into the Trapper.
Oh my god. You know what's funny? I was actually thinking of doing that for the anniversary. I was gonna be like, I'm gonna dress up as a killer halfway through the day and then take the mask off, and it was Dwight all along.
Ooh. Yeah, because it's only one day, right?
Yeah, I think it's a Sunday, I believe.
Yeah, it's a Sunday.
And for some reason, I kept thinking it was Saturday, and I was like,
no.
No. Oh.
It's a nemesis.
That means he is lethal.
Yeah. How'd you see me? Get out of here. I'm a runner, I'm a truck. Oh, ow. Ow. Ma'am. Oh, shit. That's a wall. Oh! He hit me through the
There was something.
through the something. Is it a crypt? A crypt?
It hurts.
Oh, he's coming straight here. Oh, never mind. He went to kill a zombie. He probably killed Brenda.
Yeah, because I think the other one.
Yeah, he just kicked my gem and walked away.
Someone's coming for me.
Good.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Are you then just going down for like the Sunday and like going back Saturday?
No, I'll be there for the weekend because
Oh.
a friend of mine. I'll be staying with a friend of mine. He lives in Montreal, so we'll probably just like do some Montreal things. Since I haven't been in like quite a couple of years.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, my flight comes there on Saturday, so I'll be there Saturday afternoon. But then I will be, one of my mentors has a production company in Montreal, and, they invited me to come visit and hang out, next time I was in Montreal, so I was like, so I'm leaving Tuesday night, because I wanted to,
Okay, cool.
yeah, because I wanted to make sure that I was there, like, during the week, so I can maybe go, like, message them and see if they're available to, like, go for coffee, or at least I can go see their, like, their office.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna take the train down because I feel like it's so much more convenient for me to do that. And I think I'm supposed to get there for Thursday or Friday. Wait,
Is anyone
one
gonna
second.
get the hook?
I'm gonna get the hook.
I'm, like, on the opposite end.
I was just stopping the Jen from regressing.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was here going, like, do I need to go? Because if I need to go, I need to, like, leave now. Yeah, my mom and I were talking about, like, possibly, like, renting a car, like, when we were flying, 'cause my mom's coming with me. And, but then I was like, you know what? Actually, I probably... Last time, I think I just took Ubers while I was there, or, like, the metro station kind of thing.
Yeah.
This is not too bad. Like, it's you know, it's quite easy.
Yeah. Like this whole year, I've just been like, figuring out my travel plans throughout the year. So I was like, DBD of course is number one. I need to get that out of the way and finish that.
Okay, I'm taking the killer in the building.
Cool. I'm also planning a big Japan trip close to the end of the year, so.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's gotta happen.
I know. I mean, I do want to do a trip at some point, but. I think that's the benefit of sometimes of not hitting W and just running around, because then they're like, they just keep running and you're like, buddy, I stopped.
Whoop.
I haven't even gone there yet. Shanna, hi.
Woo. He's after me. Hey. Blinded him.
Yeah,
Haha.
I'm waiting for.
I blinded him again.
Oh, where are you? Where are you running by?
I'm looping. Whoop. You missed. He doesn't want to do chemical trap. I froze him. I used Bada Boom in the shack and then I used chemical trap.
Aw.
He left me.
Oh shit.
I win.
He might come over here because I just blew up this gen.
Great chase.
Or not?
Oh.
Nope. He moved on. Hi, Shanna! Thank you for redeeming your daily golden ticket.
Perfect. Staying on Jen. Okay, makes with me.
Ah! Oh, not hubris. Fucking Christ. I pallet slammed him and I got exposed.
Okay, we got one gen at least. You have a good shot here.
Yeah, this gen that we're on, and the one in front of me, is like 2 pistons and it's blast mind.
Leave me here.
Okay, Alan's on another gen.
Okay. Yep.
Let's see what he does. Mentally fast.
Yeah.
He left you. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's Brenda.
He left me. I don't know where he went.
Brenda, get away from me. Give me one moment.
Oh, take your time. If you want to get on the locker, I can heal him here.
You mean the gen?
Yeah.
Oh, Brenda, don't you dare. God damn it, that scared me.
Oh my god, they're both here.
Ugh. Yeah, that's okay. At least Meg's on another gen.
Okay, let me stop this locker first. The locker. The generator! Jesus! I don't even
It's okay, it's a
know.
locker. It's a locker, and then we hide in gens.
Uh-huh.
So, it's the new meta.
Is he coming over here or was she coming here?
Honestly, don't worry about me.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about me. Don't worry
Okay.
about me.
You'll be fine.
He's just gonna come straight here. Yep. You think he's chasing me? Yep. He's chasing me.
Okay, I'm going.
Come on, Nemesis.
Let me
Yeah,
stop this
there
gen
you go.
first.
Thank you.
I'll be back. And there we go.
Oop. Ugh. Oh, damn it. That's okay. At least I bought enough time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just power through the gun.
Okay.
Probably not be able to finish in time, though.
No, I'm committing. I'm committing. I'm committing. Woo! I'm committing. I'm coming for you.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't chase you. Thank you.
Well, I think it's because the other person started running away.
Fair enough, fair enough. He's going after me. I'll lead him away.
Okay, I'll go open the store. Okay.
That's okay. Come on, Nemesis. I'll sacrifice myself. There's no way I'm gonna be able to get out.
I mean, you can't loop them all the way to the store?
I might be able to. Oh, come take a hit.
Yeah. Yeah. Where are you?
Right here.
Where?
Easiest path.
Oh, out in the corner. Oh god, never mind.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Nope.
Grab. Oh god!
Oh shit.
That's okay. Get out. That's okay.
I literally I literally was like, oh, you know what? I'll leave. I literally was trying to like body block him, and he literally like just sidestepped me and was like, nope.
No, that's alright.
Well, thank you for your sacrifice. Ooh, endearing spirit fury hubris. Yeah, that was the one. Ooh. Ooh, and look, we both bought Bloody Party streamers. I mean, someone brought no offering.
I'll be maxing out my survivor tomorrow.
You'll be what?
Maxing out my survivor tomorrow.
Your survivor tomorrow. Wait, is it a survivor or is it a killer?
No, survivor.
Oh, the new survivor. But then they're is they just announcing the new killer tomorrow?
Who's out there?
I think
It's
I'm
not a new killer.
confused. It's not a new killer. It's a survivor.
I can't necessarily speak any further regarding that, but
Oh.
yeah. Yeah.
I-
I'll tell you after.
I was just gonna say, I was like, I thought there was like a special announcement or something tomorrow about the killer.
Actually, no. You
Oh.
didn't hear
Mm-hmm.
from me.
Hold on. Cut the cameras. Hold on. Wait. To BRB. Phoenix, are you still gonna join? We do have open spot if anyone wants to join. You're more than welcome.
Oh, I see a third somebody online.
Who?
Let me see if they answer. Oh, never mind. They're not. I don't know what. I can't even invite them. Never mind. Tasha. I saw Tasha online.
Ah.
Yeah. I was like, she's got to play with some of her favorite people, you know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she might be playing DVD. Who knows? I mean, it
She
does
is.
say she's in her game.
Yeah.
Let's see. The way I just realized we aren't Steam friends. Oh, wow. Wait. That's my DVD name. You think you know someone? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Hold on. I've learned this. If someone sends you an invite, accept it on your phone. That's what circumvents that whole issue.
Oh, it works. Yes. Okay.
What does? Wait. I thought it used to work. Now it's just gonna make a liar out of me?
Liar. No, I'm kidding.
There, connect you that way. Did it work? Oh my god, I just have hair all over me. And all over my face. I restarted my game just... Okay.
Okay, so it works. Perfect. Perfect.
Ooh. So wait, so behavior was in your stream, or the people from the game? It has my face was in the stream.
A member of the team from Behavior, I believe,
Ah, okay.
or like one of the people that worked
On the game.
on It Has My Face.
Yeah.
They said they I don't even know if I'm allowed to. I don't know what's like okay to talk about or not with that. But all in all, it was very enjoyable from everywhere. So,
Well, I mean, it's usually chaotic, especially when we had so many people in there.
and that's why the people I reached out to are the chaotic bunch. So we got a great group. And the next person I want us to join, I want to play it again. Actually, it was actually a lot of fun.
Let me guess. Amaze.
No, you know who I was thinking of?
Ooh.
Chanel.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what? She'll murder us all.
Mhm.
She doesn't care if you have her face or not. She's just gonna take everybody out.
And that's the whole point. That's why I would love to get her to play. I'll convince her. She said she'd be down to play as long as I tell her ahead of time. So
Yeah, and also like, well, I mean, you both are in the same time zone too, so like, as long as it's not like too
Yeah.
late or whatever.
oh yeah.
Yeah. And I bet you could give her enough time as well, like she can, like coordinate with the husband to make sure, you know.
No,
But
for sure.
but her baby goes to bed quite early too, right? Like I think her bedtime's around like 7:30 ish.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's plenty of time.
Okay. Is this all good? Yeah. Perfect.
Hmm?
Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Making sure I'm just testing some stuff for tomorrow on the side.
Ooh,
So excited for tomorrow.
you're so excited for tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. Well, and it's St. Patrick's Day too. Tomorrow. My brother is
All right.
My brother is graduating tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah,
A lot of things.
Yeah, he got a I know, he was like March 17th is my graduation day. So my mom and my dad and his son are gonna go because he had 3 tickets. And my mom's like, "You're not gonna go?" I'm like, "He said he only had 3 tickets." And they're like, "Well, he could buy more tickets." I'm like, "Yeah, but he's given 3 tickets. So even if I buy a ticket, they're gonna give me a seat and I'll just be sitting off like in the bleachers by myself." I'm like, "It's fine. Take some pictures." Because it's also like during the day, so like my mom has to go pick up my nephew like at on his lunch break at school, and then yeah, so I'm like, it's fine. It keeps telling me I can't join. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, can you join now? It's because it might have been that I was offline. I was invisible. Can you join now? I don't see you on my friends list. That's my problem. Unless you're down here somewhere. Oh. Is that you? Yay! Okay. It's because when I'm live, I always go invisible because I don't know. I always have. This game can give me so many problems sometimes. I don't know if it's because I have a Twitch shirt or what. No.
You're not wearing one right now.
No. I am not wearing one right now. Yeah, it's because I'm playing this character. Phoenix, I am in my voice chat. If you would like to join, you are more than welcome to. It's no pressure though. You are more than welcome to. I don't even know if you're in my Discord. shoot, gotta change this one. Gotta change this one.
Oh, they just released. Did they release the webtoon today? They did.
Ooh.
The
what,
like the webtoons they've been doing for the new chapter.
No.
Yeah, it's like a comic series they did regarding the new series. They released the second part today, I believe.
Oh, for Walking Dead?
No, for the new chapter DVD.
Really? I
Yeah,
don't pay
it
attention to
explains
anything.
the lore. It explains the lore about it and everything. Well, I can tell you the whole story if you really want to.
Okay.
In
Tell-
this video.
Okay. Oh my god. Wait, come back.
It's great.
No, joking. Yeah, no, I haven't, I mean, I get some of the updates in the thing, but I don't read them all. Although, you know what I did get today? I got a notification from the Nexus, the program. You know, for the creator code.
Oh.
Well, no, it gave me a thing saying we updated our thing and we're gonna something like we're going to delete accounts that didn't set up their payment service. But I said when I did the whole thing, I did the whole thing. So I set up my payments, I did all the stuff, I like did all the things, and yeah, so I to be honest, I didn't know what it was for at first. I was like, okay, I don't even know what the site is. And then yeah, and then I set it up, but no. It's hard because, again, it's one of those things where they were like, okay, they can extend the invitation to the people for, like, you know, for other reasons or whatever. But last time he said, like, because I wasn't close enough to even, to being, like, their base requirements, they were like, if you were kind of close to it, then we'd say yes, but they were like, you're too far away.
Mm-hmm.
So, and to be honest, I'm probably further than I was before, like right now. So that's why I was like, oh, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna let it go, and when it happens, it happens. Because at this point, because I did try for like 3 months, and I did all the things. I posted clips every day at the same time. I, you know, like streamed more consistently. And all those things. And my CCV has actually gone down. And I even posted more like shorts on YouTube as well. And again, the viewership went down. And I was like, ugh. I was like, I get successful at things when I don't try. When I just let things happen naturally. When I try really hard, I find I just do worse. So I'm like, ugh, that's it. I'm not going to try.
I feel like it would automatically apply again, wouldn't it?
No, they said I had to apply again.
Oh.
And it was actually on that application because it said that I was denied. And so it said, would you like to reapply? So that button showed up saying that I could reapply.
Okay, I thought it auto reapplied.
No, it said that I had to. Yeah. And I had to do it within like 3 months or whatever. So yeah, March, I would have been able to do it now. But yeah, I'm not going to do it because I know they're just going to it'll probably automatically reject me again, and then even if I applied back and said like, you know, hey, it'd be great if you didn't. But yeah, I don't think I think they'll just reject it again.
I say it's worth a shot. Honestly, it doesn't hurt to try it.
Phoenix, if you jump into any one of the voice channels, doesn't matter what it is, you just gotta jump into any one of them. It will I can move you in. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Look at that. Oh my god, we could have went to Team Technicolor.
It's fine. I add to my collection of Discord servers.
Oh, I know, right?
God, yeah.
I know. Sometimes I randomly will just leave people's Discords, and I'm like, I hope they're okay with that. Because I know people leave ours all the time. But then it's funny because I've had like someone like join mine like 3 times and I'm like, okay, I get it. You probably think you're never going to be here, but then you come back. So maybe stop leaving.
Like, I usually don't leave unless it's like
Oh,
a,
hey!
like a server I'm only in front of it.
Oh.
Which means I usually leave, like a
Mhm.
little bit.
Yeah, to me, it's like if I haven't interacted in there in like years and or over a year, then like, especially with someone I don't really know that well. Oh shit! Hey, friend. I'm going for the hook.
Ooh, Dev, I'm all ears. That's a crazy one. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Jungly, and you'll be proud. My first match within the first few seconds of being chased, I sandbagged someone on a jet that was being worked on.
Oh, lovely.
It was so funny because Fungo Beard was like, "Oh, and Aretha's bringing them to a jet that's being worked on." I'm like, "Ah, damn it!"
Never ending.
Listen, at least I'm consistent. Oh.
True.
Okay, I'm gonna come get you in a sec.
Okay. No worries.
Stared. I dropped chemical trap. He looked at it and then walked away.
Damn it.
Killers do not like destroying pallets when that's active. That's too funny.
Okay, I'm going for this cage. This is all the way over in the corner? Wow.
Pyramid, you gotta destroy it eventually.
No one puts baby in the corner.
He
Like,
refuses.
somebody does.
Right? Oh, wait, is that the yellow? Is that what you did, the chemical trap?
It's not. Well, I put it on the pallet. So I have my combo is chemical trap and bada boom, and bada boom's the Dustin perk where you can put it on a trap on a window
Okay.
and it freezes them.
But does it highlight the palette yellow? Because I was like, now I understand why that thing was yellow.
I believe it does actually.
Oh, because I saw that the last time we were playing, and I was like, oh, wait a minute.
There you go. Killers do not like destroying it. Oh no.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I didn't mean to farm her. I just kind of ran into the chase, unfortunately. And I don't. Oh, wow. Okay, that one's on her.
Aretha, stay on Jen. I'll,
Okay.
I'll go for the save. Oh,
Oh,
lovely. Hold on. I want to wait till he goes. Follow me.
Hmm? Get your shit.
Oh, bye, Yui.
hmm. Damn it!
That trailer corner. Yep, it's not. But I do see him now.
Yep.
I'm gonna beef almost gonna take him to Shack.
I'm gonna go back for stocks.
He is not going that way.
Oh, what?
Okay. All right, hide from the chase.
Killer Shack's down. Oh, He lost me?
He's about to hit this gen inches away from me. He has nowhere to hide.
Oh.
Got full aura reading though? That's interesting. Interesting indeed.
He's coming to me. He went through bada boom. Lovely. We're just having a stare down. He does not want to. Ooh.
Did we do main building, Jen? No.
A little. No.
Yep.
Okay.
Ugh. There you go. Hopefully I bought enough time.
Gearhead. That's the name of the perk he has. He has Gearhead. Oh my god.
Wait, what does that one
My
do?
brain just turned on. So when you hit a good skill check, he gets vision of you. I am right over here, so I'm.
So he went to, he knocked me down, and then he went to go destroy that pallet with chemical trap. He looked at it, and then he shook his head
Ow.
no, and then picked you up instead.
Kitty! I'm playing a game here! Get out of my way! Jesus! Oh my goodness! P, what is your problem? Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Are you working with the killer? What's going on here? Yeah.
Is it me?
No, this cat.
Oh.
It jumped up in front of me while I was in chase. It was like putting his big head in front of my face.
Hi.
Oh, thank you. Oh. They either like Dwights or don't like Dwights and Kates, or they don't like them.
Much appreciated.
Man.
X-Gen.
I'm surprised he didn't cage me.
He found me.
No.
Okay, I'm on A gen. Ow!
Oh, I missed.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Yep, you're fine.
Sorry. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do.
I got the hook.
Except for he's going for me.
Nothing we can't fix.
Nothing we can't fix. Okay. I can heal in a locker if you want to jump on a gen.
Big swings, baby. Big swings.
Okay. Whoopsies.
He left me.
He keeps coming back to this gen.
Hmm.
And now he's coming back to my gen.
I mean, both those gens are almost done, so.
I am going to Killer Shot. I'm gonna get away from those gens so y'all can work on them.
Okay, you finish it. I'll go to the next one.
Yep.
His main building was that even done?
No, I don't even think anyone was even on main building. But the one
Yeah,
that Phoenix was on the other side of the building though is like was like pretty close to
Oh,
being
he's
done.
right by it though. He's right by it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been checking it quite
Okay, I'm
often.
going back to it now.
Oh, he knew that I was trying to take him away, and he literally like just tried to hit me with his spaghetti, and he just took off.
He just kicked it.
Just no commitment.
Oh yeah, I'm taking him away.
Okay.
He did not stick with the chase. He's going back.
I'm almost done with mine. Right
Okay.
outside of Shack. And there's the door here as well.
Okay.
So
Well, he got blast mine over there
Fine,
as
here.
well. Ow! Oh, finally got me. Finally got me. It's okay.
opening the door by
Oh.
Shack for
I'm opening the other door.
Oh, I think he tried to mori me, but I only have one hook. Oh, but he's taking
Hi,
me.
Tasha.
He's taking me to the corner. Peeks in. Hey, Tasha. JR had mentioned that you were online.
Okay, what do we do here? Let's see.
well, he's on me at Shack right now.
Okay, I'll go get Aretha.
Okay.
Let me know once he's off you, and then I'll tiptoe around.
As he comes back. Hi, just popping in before bed. Betty bye.
He's still here. He's leaving now. No, he's not. He's looking at Aretha's direction.
Yeah, I think he knows that I'm
He's
still
still
on the
here. Yeah, he's still here. He's
Okay.
going back now. He's
Should we
going
go?
back now. He's
Should we
going
go to the
back
other
now.
door?
No, because he's just gonna come straight here.
No,
Go to
the other
this door.
door. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's very far though.
It's okay.
Oh yeah, he wants me. Yeah.
Well, you're a runner, you're a track star. You got this.
Okay, I'm going to Phoenix's door.
And I'm going out this door. Tee-hee. Big spaghetti.
If I can even make it. Oh god. It's far.
Oh no, we were at the other door.
Okay, I made it.
Here, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, yep, we're going. We made a whole bunch of noise over
We're
here.
good.
Thank you.
There we go. I was
I did a
in.
nice 360.
Yes. Great job. Good job. Yeah, I was in a game earlier playing Goofy Ghosty. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, Tasha's gonna love the new map tomorrow.
Wait,
I
Tasha, did you?
tried the
Did
PTB.
yeah? I was gonna say, Tasha, did you get a chance to try the PTB at all?
I don't remember if she did or not. If she didn't, oh, I can't wait to see her reaction.
I don't know if she did either. I never played the PTB. I downloaded. Oh, but you did see it. Okay. You're such a baby. Gearhead, nurse is calling, I'm all ears, and nowhere to hide. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's giving Marvel Rivals. It's a big map, to be honest.
It's a good looping map. Very good looping map.
I will say, because I played with London. I think I played with you too, right? Phoenix, you were part of it?
Yeah, we played you.
Yeah. And then we played, we had, like, the sweatiest killers ever, and it was like, this is a PTB. Like, Jesus. Like, the whole point is to, like, run around, get to know the map, check out the perks, you know, stuff like that, but they were, like, slugging, and, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
On BTB matches, they'd be like that.
Mm-hmm. Listen, get your tail off my keyboard. Yeah, that is so
Oh,
weird.
Tasha.
Mm-hmm.
Tasha, I have something to send you, by the way. On a side note. Hold on, let me, where is it?
Here it is. Well, chop chop, right?
Oh, and then one more thing.
Oh yeah, actually, that's my new favorite perk. I haven't had to use conviction actually. Maybe I'll, you know what? I'll take inner strength out. The one where I can turn my toolbox into a med kit. Change of plan. Oh my god, that is my new favorite perk, by the way.
I got the ready up, sorry.
Wow, not ready? Who does that?
No, I'm sorry, I pulled an Aretha.
Wow.
I was hoping that Aretha would have relayed, but hey. Oh, shit. Sorry. I'm a horrible streamer. Wait a minute. Was that There we go. Oh, I thought I had bloody party streamers. Never mind. Never mind. What is your problem? What is your problem? What is your problem? What is your problem?
I wish I had cats. I say, knowing that I would never have cats. Like Aretha said, these are not my cats.
These are not my cats. No, you're not my cat. Hey, do you hear me? No, you are not staying here. You are not staying here. No. The hair's everywhere. Oh my god. So both of them have to take antibiotics twice a day. And normally it's the only one cat that I have a hard time getting him to take it. This one I usually just like put it in his mouth. He chews it. He eats it. He's fine. Today he gave me so much trouble today.
Oh.
And I was like, why are you giving me grief today? You've been good at taking, and it's like a chewable one too. So it's like, you know, it's kind of like a treat. So they just kind of like eat it. And for some reason, they both gave me trouble today. Are you almost done unpacking all your stuff then? Wait, did you move all your stuff yet?
So I moved. I moved 95% of my stuff the weekend of the 28th.
Yeah.
3 days later, I went to Seattle for a week. So like I moved everything in here. I set up my bed, my PC, like I set up like my big furniture.
Yeah.
And then like I told my parents, it was like, hey, like I'll be out of town for a week, but if you can help me like get everything else later. They're like, yeah, cool. No problem. So in the midst of all that, my dad is planning on going and like finishing his work on the old house so they can go ahead and like get that sold. But they keep finding things that they're like, hey, well, you know, we're moving too, so like we're gonna put this in the old house for you to take. And I'm like, this is a 1-bedroom apartment. I don't know where you think I'm going to put this. But it's like things that have been staples in my parents' house for years, so I'm like, I don't want to just like get rid of it. So now I'm like, okay, unpack all my stuff, and then I think this weekend we're gonna move like the last few things over. But like I don't have any of my like aesthetic stuff set up, so like none of my art is on the walls, none of my lights or anything are set up, so I'm like, I need to do all that sometime. I was going to do it tomorrow, but we'll see.
And you work from home, right? Like, if I remember correctly?
I work from home half the week, and then I'm in office the back end of the week. So like that was why I was like, tentatively I'm going to do it tomorrow, because realistically I'm never busy on Tuesdays. But oh wow,
Main Rose.
Oh, Kindred, that's cute. And Slippery Meat.
Is that Trickster?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna roll in for the save if I can.
I was actually just playing a Trickster match earlier because I was like, I might as well play his old build before he changes a little bit tomorrow.
Rest in peace, Ricochet Blades. I need to heal you for points. I need to heal you for points. Or not.
Be gone with you!
I knew I heard a reason next to me.
Listen, I'm running for my life over here. Ooh, Jesus. Jeez.
I'm just gonna go ahead and do this real quick.
Nope.
Oh, well. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen.
I think they have ultimate weapon because they ran to the killer shack to go and open up a locker. Ugh.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I got you next time.
I can go for the save.
Okay.
Let's see what he does first. Oh, damn it! The scream. Never mind, he's after me.
I think the Moonhaven's on their way, but I can also go too. We've got Shadow Step here. Where I am on this gen.
Let me whip my camera around. Yes.
Okay.
They are on the way.
But if you want to run them near me, I just blew up a jet.
I'm keeping him busy.
Okay. Where I am is in Shadow Step, so that's where you can run them.
How does he have this many knives?
That was my thought.
Right?
Oh. That was too many.
Now the hooks.
Oh my god, that was a scourge hook.
Mm-hmm.
And he reloads. I scream.
I scream too.
run.
I'm now oblivious.
Wing the killer shot. Oh, that is main event.
I think we might be able to do a 2 gen pop before coming to get you.
Do your thing.
Oh my god, I am lagging so I just lagged like straight across straight across the killer shack. It's going for Scourge Hook, I think.
It's fine. Good thing that both gens were finished already, so.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my god, the scream, y'all.
Good news
Okay.
is we were in the boom. What? I mean, I don't know if
Table's
that was
here,
good
but
news.
so is he. Yeah, I can't do anything for her.
Good night, Tasha, and we aren't ever really good, so.
Good night, Tasha.
Hi, Tasha. Where's he? Oh, he's going to you. Oh,
Yeah, he's coming to
good
us.
luck. Godspeed.
Thanks. Thanks.
Oh,
Gonna run away.
I'll take him to the middle area.
Okay. Gonna put this. You know what?
He didn't follow.
If you keep coming that way, I can heal you.
Oh, I see
Okay.
you.
Okay. Would you relax? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, this will be good. Literally, both these gens are on opposite ends, so
Yeah, he's still near here by that gen we were working on.
perfect.
What?
Thank you.
But I
Oh, yeah.
fear. Yeah.
I'll take him to Shack if need be.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, fuck it. Iron Maiden. Bitch.
You hid in
fine,
a
he's on
locker.
me.
I had changed a plan. I have to go in a locker to change my toolbox into a med kit.
Not the main event again. Oh my god.
He doesn't really seem to drop chase because I made all the noises.
Oh,
I wonder if I can. Hold on, let's see if I can make it. Oh no. Yeah! Stay on the jet.
I'm on the jet. I'm on the jet. I made it yellow. Oh shit.
Loading, ice cream. It's fine.
I want him to come after me.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. He's after me. Nope, he's not staying on me.
Oh.
He's going to Aretha's direction.
Yep. But I have a hook to give if he comes here. Okay, this gen is like, oh shit, fuck.
Fine,
Ah?
that's fine. Come back to you.
Okay.
No. Jesus. Wow. Kitty, I can't pick you up. This damn cat. Anyways. Ah! Now you've opened something on my screen. Damn it. Jesus.
Let's see if I can take him away.
Well.
That yellow gen was like 90%, by the way.
I'm headed for the end. If I can make it past. He's coming back? No, he's not.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Never.
Damn. He's slugging. He's coming back.
I'm just gonna commit to it.
Oh no.
He picks me up.
Oh.
He picks me up.
Oh, I'm surprised.
I'm also surprised.
He's like, I want to kill the obsession.
Who's the obsession? Oh. All right.
Phoenix.
May the best survivor win.
Yep.
I'll make the sacrifice if I have to. Yeah, come and get me. Go to the other door if you can.
I'm by the one on the killer shack.
Oh, he didn't follow me. That's not like him.
Oh, he sees me on the. He sees me on the door.
Almost on the other door.
Where's the other door?
It was where we kind of were. Like by
Oh shit!
the,
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Aw.
Jesus!
Oh no! Why open the door if you were gonna? Wow. Oh, Rita, go, 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 go!
My conviction.
Conviction?
Yeah.
Conviction.
It's
That's
funny.
so funny.
It was so funny because I was
Oh.
gonna turn it off, and change it for a different one, but I was like, oh shit! But I forgot.
That's appeared right beside me, by the way, too.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah. That's a good match.
Mhm.
Oh.
Darkness revealed, Iron Maiden, Ultimate Weapon, and Scourge hook. See, and that's what you don't. It's like all those locker ones. You kind of knew he was checking lockers because he has to open up lockers anyway, so he's always just gonna get his ultimate weapon.
I'm gonna play one more.
Okay.
I work early in the morning tomorrow.
Ooh. Wait, are you streaming early in the morning, or are you going to work tomorrow?
I work.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be able to play until tomorrow, like in the evening.
My staff meeting got moved till tomorrow. My staff meeting. Well, I mean, my team meeting for my work got moved till tomorrow because it usually was today. Balance Landing. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I like light. Litter. I mean, Balance Landing, to be honest, came in like very helpful for me.
Mhm.
Elite.
Litter. Oh my god.
I'm gonna choose annoyance and bring head on.
I swear, I find myself brushing this cat so much because I'm just like, can we get rid of your undercoat? Like, ugh. Because then maybe I could get rid of half of this hair.
How you get cats?
I was like, my one dog, he goes to the groomer like once a month, ish. Really depends. And so I was looking it up, and they were like, we can groom your cat for this much, and I'm like, oh my god. But usually when you take your animals to the vet, you have to like have the vaccines, and I know that none of these cats have vaccines. Were you trying to bite me? I told you, don't try biting me. I will bite you back. Yeah. I will. I will. Wait, Phoenix, have you never had animals? Like ever?
I mean, when I was growing up, like my parents had, like, I would not say they were my pets at all
Oh, okay, okay.
in any capacity. Because we've had. I'm trying to think.
Did
We
you
had a cat when I was like
Mhm.
young, and then my dad's allergies got very worse, so we had to rehome her. And then when I was like 9, we got a dog, and that fucking dog hated me, so I just didn't mess with the dog.
Mhm.
And then my parents would like foster dogs after a while. Like they would foster, like, because like our dog was a very tiny rat terrier indoor dog.
Mhm.
My parents always wanted like big outdoor dogs, so they would like foster like boxers and pit mixes. So, I would not claim any of these animals as my own. I would not say they were my pets. I would not say they liked me.
Yeah.
But I like animals. I just don't. We don't see eye to eye. I don't think, and that's fine. So I stayed with Llama for the week I was in Seattle, and Llama has 2 cats, and I am allergic.
Yeah.
But those, at one point, Llama was like, they don't really mess with people, like when people come over, because they don't really like people. And
Mhm.
when I tell you those cats did indeed like people, I am people.
Yeah.
And I woke up after the first day, and like my contacts are like weekly, so I don't take them out when I sleep. I usually just take them out on like Saturday night and let my eyes rest for a few days. But
Yeah.
like I woke up and like started walking down the hall, and I ran into Llama, and he was like, allergy meds immediately, and I was like, huh? And I went into the bathroom and was like, oh, my eyes are so puffy. Just, like, had my glasses in the entire time I was there. It's like, well, this is fine.
Yeah.
I'm cosplaying at the prom anyway. I don't need eyesight.
Mhm.
Yeah, but the living with Llama's cats for a week really had me being like, I could do a cat. Like, I can
Mm.
deal with allergies. I could just take a Zyrtex.
Yeah. I mean, my allergies have gotten a little bit better because I wasn't taking my allergy medication like because it's like 24-hour ones, and I just kept forgetting to take it, and so I would notice when my eyes were like scratchy. I'm like, shit, I didn't take my allergy medication today, and I was trying to like take it around the same time. But yeah, to be honest, I had cats growing up, and I wasn't allergic to them then. I feel like this is a new allergy that I've kind of developed. But then I got
Go merchant?
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
Skull Merchant. She's downstairs going into the oh, she's in front of me.
But yeah, no, I had cats my whole life, and then it was only when I was like in my early 20s that I finally got like a dog. And I always say I had bad luck with cats. It wasn't that I didn't like cats and switch to dogs. It was just that dogs, I can seem to keep a dog alive more than I could a cat. And I know that sounds very suspicious, but nothing I did. I just had bad luck with cats. Like, and I always seem to get people's pets, right? So like my other brother had a cat, and they were moving, and it was like a black cat, and her name was Midnight. And so they were like, "Okay, we're moving, but we can't take this cat with us." And so I'm like, "Fine, I'll take the cat." So I had the cat, but again, one of their many moves, they ended up having to stay at our place for a bit. And so of course they moved into our house. And so I locked the cat in my room and said, "Okay, if we're gonna leave the door open as we're moving the furniture in and out, no one go in my room because the cat's in there." So as I'm moving things out, I go to my room and there's my door wide open. And I'm like, motherfucker. Anyways, I did find my cat a week later, was dead on the street because it got run over. So then, when I was younger, we found these stray cats, and there was like an orange, like tabby cat. It was like so cute. And
Oh, damn it.
I wanted this cat, but we were in Ontario at the time, and like we live in Alberta, so my mom said I could keep it, but then we were taking the bus all the way from Ontario to Alberta, which is like basically like 2.5 days on a bus, and we couldn't take it on the bus with us, so I dropped it off with food in a box at my aunt's house and said, "Hey, we're gonna eventually come back and get this cat. Would you watch my cat for me?" Anyways, this cat ended up staying. Oh, they didn't come after me.
Oh, she
Okay.
wants me. Oh, no, she wants me. Oh,
Okay.
she wants me.
I tried to blind her a
Why?
bit. She's straight on.
Oh,
like,
tunneling, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
so
are
that
like
head on.
we are like two
There, I got her.
gens.
Blinded her. I'll take the hit if anything.
Nope, she is slithering down this hallway towards me still.
Oh my god.
Well, all we can do is finish this gen as fast as possible.
It's fine. I'll just follow Phoenix the entire time and see what I can do. Yeah, just keep working on gens.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, we're good. I was trying to save pallets and I realized y'all were just pumping gens out, so I'm just gonna let me build me a little house in this corner here.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I'm not getting chased. You're fine.
Oh, can we heal you?
Yep, she's still in me. Oh
Yeah.
god.
Thank you.
Hey, be gone.
What's one gen?
Oh, they're on a sing gen. Wait, did we do any of the ones upstairs? This one's...
She's hooking me right here. So sorry.
She's after me. Is she following me? Yep, she's following me. Oh, this pallet's already done.
Woo. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just.
Oh no, you're
used-
fine. I don't blame you. She missed. That's okay. Buys you enough time to go for the save.
I need Dustin to grab me before he finishes my
Dustin!
adrenaline. Use.
Oh. I feel like she's gonna come straight for you now.
She is. She absolutely is. She absolutely is.
I mean, I'm injured, so maybe I can get them to take the bait.
Oh nope, she's coming.
Yeah, I'm behind you.
Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, nope, nope, she's coming for me. She's
Oh,
she's
shit.
summoning me.
Damn it.
There's no pallet here. There's no pallet here. I'm dead. I wish Dustin would have just.
Oh my
helped
god.
me.
No way out. No way out.
She's dropping right on top of you.
Oh no, she could have Blood Warden.
But we couldn't get the door open because of the no way out.
Yeah, she could have Blood Warden. Actually. Dustin, what do you do?
Ah! Whatever.
Wow. That just happened.
Ooh, ad break starting soon.
Oh no.
What?
It's the long open. She's got that Freddy one. So remember me?
Oh.
Oh, it's gonna be rough, y'all. Oh, this is gonna take 10,000 years.
Dustin's on their way to get me. In front of the killer. I love that for me.
Oh,
Oh, now they're gonna slug?
probably. I'm just
Oh,
gonna
shit.
fully open it because
Oh, this pallet's done.
come on, please. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Okay, I'm gonna get Dustin.
Okay. I'm running, I'm running, I'm running, I'm running, I'm running. Ah! I'm not running. Ugh. Okay. They're coming back for you. I'm dead.
No, you're not. Oh,
I'm dead.
no, you're not. I'm coming to get you.
You'd have to come get me unless Dustin makes his way out. Oh, did Dustin
No.
still not make his way out?
He got down to the door.
That's so funny.
I say let's go up. Reset.
Let me heal you. Let me heal you.
She's
He's
looking
he's
right
literally
Let me not heal
yeah,
you.
he's
Let me
right
not
there.
heal you. Yeah.
Okay, the door on that side is open, right? Is that the one?
Walk me see what she does. There's no idea I'm here.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, the one where it does. Okay. There's no idea. I have to like hug like in between the walls. Go. Alright. See ya. Unfortunately, we have to go, Aretha. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's okay, because I was literally right here. I was just at the top.
Oh. Either that or I would have said Hatch Queen. You know,
Hello, Bobina. Hi, Birchie Frou Frou. Ooh, you're playing Resident Evil Requiem. Love that. How are you enjoying it? Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, my name is Simply Aretha. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker, content creator, and streamer. I do play UGDVD on Mondays. My new obsession has been refinding my love for Valorant. Sometimes I play Marvel Rivals too. I'm really all over the place. I am doing a playthrough of Resident Evil. The last one I did was 4. I'm just taking a little bit of a break because Ashley has destroyed my soul.
Leon, no.
I love how the one chapter in there where she takes over and has to save Leon and has to do that whole thing. And I'm like, oh, so you can do something.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah, no. To be honest, I suggest anyone who plays Resident Evil 4, it's so cathartic. Just shoot Ashley at least once or twice. It just feeds your soul a little bit, you know? It just takes back a little. She can, she just chooses not to, right? Exactly. So yeah, I will continue. I'm supposed to do 5 and 6, which I do have. I was thinking about seeing if I could find someone who will, like, do 5 and 6 with me. Jungly has agreed to, but won't be able to do the whole thing.
Yeah. If whenever I'm like, you know,
Yeah.
available, I'm not working, I can pop in here and there. And provide. Imagine I pop in while you're playing 5, and you don't give your AI person any ammo. So as soon as I join in to take that spot, I'll have no guns. I don't know why. I just feel like that may happen.
That would be 100% what would happen.
No, 5 is a lot of fun though. 5 is a lot of fun. You're gonna love it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do like. I definitely want to. You love 5? I played that one multiple times. Yeah. I think it's also because 4 seemed to be so long. The other 2 weren't that long. I just felt like it was like a never-ending story that I was like never gonna end. I was like, every single time I'd play it, and plus I get motion sickness, so I can only do like a chapter at a time. And I've tried to do more than one chapter, and I've regretted it every time. And so it just felt like, it always just felt like this, like the story was never gonna end. Like I was never getting out of there.
4 was pretty long. I think
Yeah.
it was the longest actually one I played.
Right? Well, yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, is 4 always this long? And then the weird part is I know people who love 4, and they will speed run 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, how? How? I've never played any of the RE games. They look like a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, I didn't play the first one. I just went to the second, and I only did the remakes.
Oh yeah.
But hi, Shay. Shy. Shay? Shy? Shy?
Well, I'm gonna head out, but thank you for the games. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining. Thank you for playing. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your
Thank
night.
you.
And
You too
enjoy
as
your time
well.
at work, and enjoy the PTB tomorrow.
No longer the PTB.
Oh, I mean the chapter. The chapter release. And all the fun announcements. Wait, when is the tickets announcements? The 19th, right?
The 19th they go on
Oh
sale.
yeah. Oh, the 19th they go on sale, but they're not releasing any like official information till the 19th.
Well, the official information is that they're just going on sale at that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 11 a.m. Eastern.
Okay.
I think it is the 19th. That is literally on Thursday. Yeah.
I have because everything runs through my business. My accountant was like, make sure everything goes to your business. So I have a savings account that is literally titled Simply Aretha. So any funds I get from any of my streaming or content creation goes into that account. And that was the one that I'm like, okay, I have money in there. I'm just waiting for the tickets. I'm just waiting for the damn ticket.
There you go. You got this.
All
All right. Well, y'all have a good night.
right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye, family.
Bye.
Bye.
If anyone wants to join, we have 2 open spots. I was thinking about switching to some Valorant eventually, but I don't know if anyone else is available to play Valorant after. I only own the first RE and RE6. Ooh. Yeah, well, I was thinking, just seeing if I could find someone. I just need, like, I know Jungly would be able to, but yeah, Jungly is a Jungly is an Eerie creator for Dead by Daylight, by the way. So not even like the regular one. Jungly is an actual Eerie creator for Dead by Daylight. And he also is a creator for Marvel Rivals. And then he also constantly, because he does a lot of cosplay, he gets a lot of opportunities to like get a whole bunch of like game keys. Right? Yeah, gets an opportunity to do a lot of like game keys and stuff. And so he's always playing some new game. That's why I also tell Jungly, like, I'm no longer buying games that he wants to play, because I have at least 3 of them that I bought, and then they've already switched on to the next game that they're playing, and I still haven't played them. We're supposed to play Alien, I think, the Alien one. And there was another one that I bought that we were supposed to do. I think we're supposed to do Outlast Trials. Something like that. Anyways, there's a few games that I got that we were supposed to play and I haven't played, but he's always playing something new. So it would just be a matter of like finding a time when he's actually available. All right. Anyone want to play?
Seats available.
Yep, we got 2 seats available if anyone wants to join. Ugh. If you weren't, I mean, what other games do you like to play, Phoenix? Do you like just play DBD, Valorant, and League of Legends? Is that what you play?
League, Val, DBD, Rivals. Those are like my main like multiplayer games, and then I do a lot of like RPGs in my alone time. So a lot of Pokemon, Final Fantasies. Like just I'm very much so like a catch-all gamer. Like as long as it either has something fun about it or it looks like it has an interesting story. But RPGs and like hero shooters are my favorite, probably. I told the community that, because I wasn't into Pokemon. I have no, like, I think just from like hearing people talk about Pokemon, I only know their names from that, but even then I could like maybe name 2. And I'm not gonna lie, thinking about it now, I think I can name 1. Because I was gonna say it was this and this, but I'm like, no, only one's coming to mind, and I have no idea what the other one's called. No. Actually, no. Is one called Charmander? There is a Charmander.
Charmander,
yes.
okay. And then Pikachu. That's all I got.
Yes.
That's all I got.
And honestly, those might be 2 of the most important ones. So you're underway.
The only reason why I know those names is because I used to watch a travel vlogger who is Canadian and moved to Japan, and her name was based off the Charmander one. That's why I know that name. And then obviously I knew Pikachu because they're like, I would say like the main Pokemon,
Steve.
right?
Yeah, very, very mascot. Yep.
Yeah, like, yeah. So, I mean, that's the only reason why I know those 2 names. But I didn't watch the shows. I didn't, like, collect the cards. I didn't do anything with Pokemon, so I have no idea. But I did say to my community, if for whatever reason I ever make Twitch partner, I committed that I would play Pokemon for a week straight, nothing else. on stream.
And I am Team Aretha for partner anyway, but now.
See, and this is where I was like, and it's never gonna happen, so I'm just never gonna play Pokemon. Because then someone said like, well, what else would you have to do for us to play Pokemon? I'm like, no, because it's tied into me being partner. So then you have to make me partner. Get Aretha to partner now, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to be honest, I'm convinced it's never gonna happen now. So I'm like, it's fine. I'm like, I can't. Just gonna play it. And I have a Switch and everything. Just, yep. Mhm.
So what I'm hearing is, hold on. Do you have a throne?
Do I have a throne?
Okay,
I do.
Yeah,
I
do.
I
So what I'm
do.
hearing is,
Why?
you just put the games on there and we crowdfund them and then force you to have them. So then one day you'll be really bored and you'll be like, well, I do have these Pokemon games I've never played.
Oh my god, we are right next to her. Oh, now she can one-shot me. No. Oh, shit. Damn it, I didn't bring an item with me.
Oh, no.
Oops.
Well, that's happening right there, so I'm just going to go ahead and...
Put Pokemon on Throne, I'll buy it for real. Lol. Wait, I thought you can people can suggest things to add to your Throne, right?
I believe so, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I think if I'm mistaken. If I'm mistaken. Whoa.
Really
there
no
it
point
is.
in
Wish
healing.
list.
We're just gonna break.
Yeah.
Oh, she's coming right back here. She
Oh.
is coming right back here.
They're always the tunnelers.
Oh, she still has that?
What?
She still had her Herdy vomit. Her
Oh.
spit.
Did someone else?
I didn't hear her grab another.
Oh, okay. Is she a cheater? Oh, no, it's green now.
That?
Oh, Fluffaduck.
Well,
And I'm broken. Hi, Mel. I hope you're having a beautiful evening. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, I was almost done. Oh shit. Oh,
well, this is.
am I being farmed today?
I think you are.
Oh. I'm running. Damn it, now it's blocked? You kidding me? Oh my god.
What? What were you?
I jumped through the thing and it got blocked.
Oh. DVD killers, yay!
So because I have a Twitch shirt, I don't even get them anymore. To be honest, when I requested these Twitch shirts for the tournament, the first time, like I was like, wow, they're never gonna give it to me. And then I was like, can I get? I actually asked for the Twitch shirt for the winners, and they were the ones who were like, a Twitch shirt? Yeah, that's all you want? I'm like, yeah. Can I have the Twitch shirt and the little charms? Like, can I have it for like the winners? And then we're like, oh, that's all you want? I'm like, yeah. Can we do that? And they were like, yeah. In fact, we'll just give it to everyone. I'm like, okay. Like, I feel like they were shocked that they were something that people wanted. And I was like,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm like, no. Like, when's the last time you gave out Twitch shirts? Like, and then the second tournament, I also not only got everyone Twitch shirts, but I got, like, everyone Twitch shirts, including people who weren't even in the tournament. Like, Boyfriend wasn't actually in the tournament. They were helping me on the back end and helped me host it. They never actually played. And I was able to get them a Twitch shirt. And again, they were just like shocked. They were like, well, we have to vet everyone, but other than that, like, yeah, sure, everyone will get one. I'm like, okay. And then it became this thing of like, oh, they didn't realize people wanted them so bad.
By the way, I'm the only other person that's been hooked.
Mhm.
It's like you and you get.
Right? I mean, maybe they know we're a duo? I don't know. Are they stream snipping? No, I'm friends with Nancy.
They really just wanted a quick shirt out.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Maybe they are stream sniping. I literally just said, no, I'm friends with Nancy. And then now they're on Nancy.
And it's me, the Nancy.
Yep. Let's go, Nancy. Let's go.
I'm doing my best as Nancy.
They're looping all around the main building. No! Don't hurt my friend. They're injured and sick.
Oh no, I went down. Oh, that is so...
Oh, so unfortunate. Yeah, you're right direction. Keep going. Oh no. Not the Steve.
You just cleanse real quick.
Yep.
Yippee!
Pretty sure this is this one. I was like, what is on my throne list? I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I added a whole bunch of Sims stuff.
That's another thing I want to get back into, but it's such a commitment.
Right? Oh my god. And I'm always looking for good other like Sims creators too.
Am I the Nancy going for the unhook?
Mm-hmm. The killer's literally camping the Steve.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Literally standing right next to them.
Okay, well. Gotta go then. Sorry, Steve. And my friend's been gone for a while. So
Not be kidding around.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're finally leaving now. Well, plus everyone was, the only people who were sick now were the Steve, so it's like, well...
Like at that point, do you even turn around and do it?
Hmm?
I said at that point, it's like, do you even turn around and risk doing anything with that?
Right? Exactly, because you're both going to get infected, and they're basically just going to tunnel with that Steve anyways, right? Or tunnel one of you out who's already on Death Hook.
Also, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Superior Anatomy, Pop Goes the Weasel, Lethal, and Bamboozle. Yeah, Bamboozle's the one. Okay. When a survivor performs fast vault of this perk deck for the next time you vault a window, your vaulting speed is increased by 40%. Oh, okay. Oh, they had Limestone Seal. Increase object infection during by 20 seconds.
That
Oh.
would explain.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it says survivors who cleanse at fountains have their auras revealed for 4 seconds. So, and we weren't cleansing. That was the other thing too. So it's like, okay. What?
You know? Good for them, I think.
Mm-hmm. It's very nice. I love that for you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. No gift suggestion. Yeah. Yeah, there's a section there that people can suggest gifts for. GG's, I was the Nancy. Oh, hi. Hi, Nancy. I was saying, so they tunneled me like right out of the game, and I'm like, are they attacking me because I have a Twitch shirt? I'm like, I don't even get them anymore. They took them away. Well, they didn't take them away. They don't give them to me anymore. I tried to unhook so she can get me. Yeah, that's the thing though. No, she was a tunneler. And then they were starting to tunnel Phoenix, who were you, Phoenix, in? Oh, you were the Yui. Oh, you were the Claudette. Okay.
Yui.
Yeah.
Yui, sorry.
Yeah. And so I was like, and so then they started tunneling Phoenix, and then so I switched to you, and I said, I was like, are they tunneling you because they think you're with me? And then I switched to you, and I said, oh, and then my friend's actually the Nancy, and then they started going after you, and I'm like, oh my god, I think I just, I'm like, I think they might be in my stream sniping me, because after that they wanted you, and I'm like, yeah, it was bad. But GG's. Were you with the Steve? Because there was a Steven and Nancy, right? Also, we do have open lobbies. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome. Let me remember to put on some items, because apparently I didn't have anything. Nope, I didn't even bring a toolbox, which made one of my perks just useless, I guess.
Happens to the best of us.
It was in that moment that I was like, wait, did she have Franklin's or did I not bring an item? But I was like, she didn't hit me though. She only hit me with her vomit. Yes, I was with Steve. We were talking about how she was tunneling you from the beginning. Yeah, she really did. That's why I was like, I was talking to Phoenix, who was the other player. And I was like, I don't know if you can get Steve because she is camping already, and and Steve was infected still, so I was like, I bet you anything they're either gonna like immediately go after Steve and you're gonna have to try to like take him down and do a whole bunch of protection hits, but also you're gonna be infected, so how long, like, will it be a fast infection? I'm like, it might just be easier to just leave. And I don't even know why. I was like so nice. I didn't even do anything. I was just running around, minding my own business. All I wanted to do was like do a gen. And And the worst part was, even if she slugged me, I had conviction, so I could have at least... Well, actually, no, I couldn't have, because I would have had to heal someone. Yep. And I forgot to bring an item, so I would have to have found a toolbox to then turn it into a med kit. Which didn't matter anyways, because I was infected and then broken because I wasn't cleansing, so... Some matches are just like, GG's next. But I had fun watching y'all. I hope you have a fun match. Funner matches? No. Good luck? No. Better luck? On your next matches? I feel like I'm gonna jinx anything I say. Well, I hope you have better matches. Or fun matches. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Linda was playing Valorant earlier, right?
Yes, they were doing the new trailer, the new agent reveal today for like the Valkyrie troops.
I was watching a little bit, but I was kind of in between things. Did
I don't know if it's something I'm gonna play, but
right? I had no idea what they were doing. I did know, and that's why I was so confused, because they were in a custom match, and I was like, is there like a special thing you have to do to like try the playroom? I wasn't too sure. Wait, did I hear that they were gonna try to play again like later?
So so the they might do like regular Val, I think, but the playtest for the new agent is just for like the Valorant, the like Riot partner creators.
Yeah,
so
that's
I
what I
don't know if
thought.
they were trying to figure out like oh, it's an unknown. So yeah, I don't know if they're gonna do that on stream. I don't think they're gonna do that on stream. I'm unsure.
Yeah, like I said, I was kind of in between. Like, I could hear it in the background, but I was on my MacBook, and my MacBook only has one screen, so it was just like, I was like, huh?
Oh, that is French to Leon. That is a terrible place for me to be. Oh my god. 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 I gotta go. I gotta go. It was a very terrible way to find that out.
Wow. It is supposed to be random too. Jesus, what is with everyone camping and like tunneling people on hooks? Jesus.
Of course, the hook's right here again. I gotta go. Oh my god.
I'm leaving. I am had enough of this life. I'm going. Oh. Oh, it's me. Of course it's me. Wait, are you in the basement? Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. I was like, I'm gonna heal up and I'm gonna make my way to the basement. I feel like this is a no-ed killing.
Oh, I was not paying attention. They went at heels. Oh my god. Meg, I'm sorry. Come back.
You're like, no heals for you.
Well, I wasn't expecting her to be so close to unhooking me, and I like stood up to grab a drink, and
Hi, welcome Raiders. How are we doing? What were you playing? Forgot to copy and raid the mess over here and stuff. Specialized trebuchets and rock pets. Ooh. Fuck me. Yep. Mm-hmm. Jesus, how many times am I gonna get friends to the end? This is supposed to be random? Oh, jinx. Ah! No dying, stay focused. I'm focused. Oh, I'm going in the middle.
I'm just gonna run.
Hi, welcome. Welcome Raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, my name is Simply Aretha. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker, content creator, and streamer. And yeah, I usually play DBD on Mondays. But my new obsession has been Valorant, so I've been trying to at least do my dailies. I'm trying to decide if I end stream and then just go play a couple rounds of Valorant before bed. Oh, there's the killer. Woo, there's the killer. No! It's gonna be me, I swear to goodness. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good night. Oh, thank you. Yes, I have been having a good night. Even though I was tunneled out of the game last match, but you know what? That's Dead by Daylight. I feel like there's a point in the night that people just get like uberly sweaty, and I feel like we might have reached that.
I think we have.
And there's nothing you can do about it, because, you know, I mean, it is a game style play that people like to do. I mean, I don't condone it, but you know what happens. I'm just looking for a gen. I think all the gens are upstairs. I feel like this is a Noad killer. I'm doing any totem I see. Oh, and I saw your post about the DVD tournament thing. Oh my god, why is it me? Why is it always me?
Because I'm dead already, so it has to be one of us.
Well, the funny thing is, like, I thought Friends to the End is supposed to be random. It hit me like 3 or 4 times.
So it's always the obsession, but if they hook the obsession, then that's
okay.
It forces the obsession to change.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But welcome on in, everyone. Hope you all having a wonderful. Yes, we are doing a tournament next Saturday. So not this Saturday, but next Saturday, right? Because I think this Saturday I have something. That's why I just want to check my thing. I do owe Frybread some DVD games soon too. This Saturday. Right? The 21st. See, I think I have something on the 21st. I'm pretty sure. I think I just... I'm pretty sure I just signed up for something. As part of the Women's Guild. I think that's the only thing. Wait, let me check. Yes, this Saturday. Yeah. Or else I would have. No worries at all. We have a bunch of people set up, but I was putting the invitation out to everyone that I knew played DVD. Yeah. Well, if you would like, I am thinking I have normally done DVD tournaments, and the year before I did 2. Last year I didn't do any because I was sick last year, and so I was like, I couldn't do it in June because I was in the hospital. And then November, I was still supposed to be taking it easy, and so I was like, I don't think... I mean, I did some stuff for the Alliance and for November, which is Native American Heritage Month, but I was like, I should take it easy. I'm already doing a lot. I'm pretty sure... Oh, that's cool. Yeah. But yeah, no, I've been doing, it's called the... What did I call it? I still have the Discord. I'm like, I didn't want to keep making people join the Discord, so I was like, okay. Indigi DVD tournaments. And I'll still harass behavior and see if they're gonna help me. I partnered with them before. We raised money for charity. It was really good. So we shall see. Alrighty. I'll probably play one more game, and then I'm gonna switch to some Valorant if you want to join me.
Okay. I will finish off DVD, and then I'm probably gonna
Finish
chill for a
packing?
little bit. I've been staying up like way too late, and I do work the unfortunate 8 to 5 every day, so I'm like, I need to start going to sleep a little bit earlier.
Oh my god. I am so there with you. That's why I was like, okay, I'll do one more thing. I'll play a couple matches of Valorant so I can go to bed at a decent hour. I'm trying not to stay up past midnight, or at least stream past midnight. That is my thing.
My issue is, with the exception of like Eddie, all of my friends are in Mountain and Pacific, so I'm like,
Mhm.
I wanna play with my friend. So
Wait.
I wanna stay up.
Are you in Central or Eastern?
I'm Central.
Okay. Yeah.
It's only an hour between us, but still.
Yeah. No, I see. And my unfortunate thing is, most of the people that I know are in Eastern. So that's usually the thing too. Like it's usually like I'm like I can stay up a little bit later, and everyone's like, I mean, like Jungly's Eastern time. It's usually like midnight around their time, unless it's like really late for them. And then yeah, no, usually everyone I'm the person who's the it's still early for me, and they're like, no, I gotta go to bed now. I'm like, okay. Oh, sorry, Phoenix. I've noticed that you have been loving Valorant. You seem to have so much fun. I do. I do love Valorant. Valorant's really fun. To be honest, Valorant's one of those games where I think when you're playing with the right people, it's a lot of fun. And yeah. I need to come hang out with y'all one of these days, you know, quite being shy and all. Yeah, for sure. Come hang out. That's why I had an issue trying to go to bed earlier. I'm in Texas, so it is already 12:30. Ah, yeah. See, it's only 11:30 for me. That's why I was like, okay. If I do one more match and then switch to playing even if I do like a couple Swift plays or something, just to, like do my dailies. I find just doing like a few matches just keeps the skills up a little. Because when I don't play for a while and then I go back, I'm like, I'm not hitting anything. I don't know. The muscle memory's gone. I'm like, I mean, I don't know what I was aiming at, but that was not them. Yeah. And I was saying my team meeting for work got moved from today till tomorrow. I mean, the good thing is it's only at 11, so I don't have to worry. But I did have a follow-up appointment. I have a dietitian that I see, and my dietitian appointment was at 10 yesterday. That's why I was like, I was trying to go to bed early yesterday too, and I probably should have went to bed earlier than I should have. Than I did.
Yeah.
But I didn't, and so I basically I hit my snooze button until about 9:45 and then woke up and had my appointment with my dietitian. I was on the phone, so I didn't have to go anywhere, but then I was just huh?
I was gonna say that's good. At least you didn't have to like rush to like get dressed to get out.
Right? Hey, Panda. Yeah, no, I didn't have to rush to get out at all. Even my staff meeting, I can have it in person at the office, but I can also work from home. So most times I will just prefer to work from home. Although I kind of agreed that I would go into the office at least once a week. But then I was sick for a while too, so I was like, ugh. So most times I have the intention to go in the office usually during those days, but some days I'm like, yeah. Oh. Ooh, trivia question. Which country has the Union Jack in its flag? South Africa, Hong Kong, Canada, or New Zealand?
It might be number 1, but I feel like it might be South Africa, but I'm 90% sure it's New Zealand.
Oh, I thought New Zealand has the blue with the stars.
See, that was my other... I was, like, getting the two of them slightly confused, I think.
Like Australia, I think, might have something? Canada. Yeah, if anyone ever wants to do trivia, just do command trivia, and then a trivia question will show up. But once this one tells us what the answer is. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to go in here. Oh, hi, friend. I'm leaving?
Yeah, the gang's all here. Oh, nobody's on box duty. Let me go get on box duty.
Am I oblivious?
It's an add-on.
I don't see it.
It's an Eerie add-on for. Oh, there's a hex here. It's an Eerie add-on where we can't see the box until it.
Oh,
there.
okay. I see it. Oh, he also sees it? Yep, he sees it
does.
quite well. Okay. Wait, do we at least get to see it when it's close by? Oh, I see
I
it.
think we have to be within 16 meters.
I see it. It's in the Killer Shack. Killer Shack, yeah.
Yep, I got it. I hate that it's here of all places, but. Okay, I'm gonna go do whatever this totem was. If it glows, it goes.
Oh, no. They have, weave.
Oh,
Okay, I picked it up. And I turned it into a medkit. Ooh, Phoenix for the win. Wait, what was it? Oh, it was New Zealand. Really? Interesting. Well, congratulations. You all won. You both got, I believe, 1 golden ticket and 100 final survivor points? If I remember correctly.
Oh, buddy, you're having a bad time right now, aren't you?
It has stars. It has stars in the most of it, but the corner is the Union Jack. Oh, okay. What is the Union Jack?
It's the, like, British, like, kind of cross.
Is it like the cross the line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Yep,
Ooh,
and there's
found the box.
Franklin.
And got the box. Ooh, another trivia question. Which canal connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Red Sea? Ooh.
Not the Bering Strait. Oh,
That-
it's canal. I was like,
The
what?
Suez Canal, the Caracum Canal, the Panama Canal, or the Sinai Canal? Panama? Oops.
He finally did it. Mediterranean with the Red Sea.
Wait, where is the Panama Canal?
That's in Panama Canals in Central America.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh. There was a chase happening in front of me.
Run away!
I'm running. Oh, he did not want me to pick up my flashlight. He did not like that.
He was like, nope, you ain't not getting that. And didn't even chase me. Oh, the Suez Canal? Congratulations. Ooh. Phoenix apparently is a trivia master. Oh, shit.
I love trivia so much. Actually, you'll find. Why are you
Oh, shit.
so obsessed with me, sir?
I didn't mean to do that. Oh, shit. Oh, not the basement?
The box. You opened it.
Is anyone near you? No?
Yes. The Steve's
Okay.
coming.
I was gonna say, I'm still in this corner on this gen, and I can finish it, but I don't wanna... Ooh, what is the main theme song of the Sonic Adventures 2?
Running around at the speed of sound. Oh my god. What is that song called? He won't let me live. Oh my god, sir, please.
Hmm? Yeah, he's decided that, you...
I really upset him.
Oh, did you have your adrenaline?
I did not have adrenaline.
Oh. Okay, you
Oh,
can...
freaking leave attunement. Oh, leave attunement.
Okay, I am opening up a door. I think the other person's on the other door.
I think I'm just gonna go down here. I don't have enough space. I don't have enough space. Yep. Nope.
Yep.
I'm getting worried. Okay, bye. Get out.
Oh.
Save yourself.
He's like, how'd you like your flashlight? I guess. Ooh, wait. Did it say what the answer was? And again, I feel like I heard that song title before. I don't know. Okay. Oh, you guessed. Okay. Let's see. What were the questions?
I can hear the song in my head.
Ooh, the correct answer was live and learn. Congrats.
Nice.
Well. Well. Yeah, Weave Attunement, Franklin's Demise, Hex Third Seal. That was the one, right? No,
Yeah,
it was the no. Oh no. It was the Eerie one, right? The Eerie one?
Oh yeah, the
Mhm.
Eerie add-ons, or not the Eerie. Did they change that? Nope, they didn't. Yes, the Eerie one is the one that hides the box review, which is so nasty.
Well, I mean, 3 of us got out in only one sacrifice.
I mean,
Thank you for your sacrifice.
He really wanted his treasure. Good for him.
Right? Yeah. Background player, Wiretap, Blast Mine, and Bond. That's good. It's funny because sometimes I accidentally, sandbag people. It is recommended that I maybe start bringing bonds so that I wouldn't do that. And I'm like, the problem is it's not that I don't know that you're there. It's that my brain does register it, but now I'm going there and I know I'm either gonna, if I turn away, I'm gonna be downed. Or if I can just make this window, I'll be okay. And so in that moment, my brain does not compute that fast enough to say, make better choices.
And I think the only build I found on.
Mhm.
So I'm like, only if I have a flashlight. If I'm just like
Mm-hmm.
If I run into you otherwise, I run into you, and that's just what's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right?
this way, I can run into you intentionally.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I'm usually all over the place and just like, yeah. Especially when I'm tired. And this is why I always say DBD is the game for me that, like, it doesn't matter if I've had a hard day or whatever. DBD is a mindless game for me. I feel like it, like, unless I'm like in a tournament where I'm like, like hyper focused in on it. I'm like, I die. I'm fine. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not that invested in it. Yeah, it'd be great to win, especially if I have a challenge or something. Then I'm like, yeah, it's cool, but I'm not that invested. I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna play, run around, laugh, have fun. You know, sometimes I do cool stuff, and sometimes I'm like dead within the first 5 seconds. You know, that happens.
Exactly.
All right.
I'm gonna step out of here and let you vow.
Sounds good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for playing some DBD with me. If you ever want to play DBD, just let me know. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night.
Yes, I'm sure I'll see you in sometime in the next 24 hours, I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure. All right. Good night. Okay. Let us see. Everyone, make sure you're following Phoenix, who is a member of both the Indigenous Alliance and Team Technicolor, which is also one of my stream teams. That's why we were both like, oh, Indigenous Alliance is killing Team Technicolor today. Oh my god, tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day. Is anyone doing anything for St. Patrick's Day? Like you're gonna wear anything green or something? Okay. Rigged matchmaking of the tournament, right? I know they were. They literally were like, and they said it was random. My family has never really celebrated St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, I mean, when I saw our killer was oat milking for day 2, I said, well, let's at least put on a show. Yeah, I was saying tomorrow my brother's actually graduating. He finished his master's degree in political science. So he's graduating. My brother's older than me. And so he's always wanted to go back to school. He kind of like, you know, he worked for like a utility company for like a very long time. And during COVID, I just have hair all over my face, by the way, so. During COVID, because of like all the cuts and stuff, he had the option of getting a, like a voluntary, like payout basically. So he decided to leave, and yeah, because he'd always planned on going back to school, and he ended up just working there longer than he expected to. So yeah, so I'm very proud of him. He's finishing his master's. He's not. He's going into a master's degree. He finished his degree because he didn't get a degree before. So he just finished his degree. Now his plan is to go into a master's. I totally messed that up. But yeah. So tomorrow he's graduating, and both my parents will be there, and his son will be there. So yeah. Okay, question for you all, folks. And feel free to answer however you like. I want to play some Valorant before I go to bed. Would you like me to continue streaming and playing Valorant, or should we go raid someone? I mean, why not stream? It's only a few more minutes. Very true. Very true. All right. I mean, you know when like people are like want to watch you play a game? I literally just got all the hair off my face. Get out of here. Go away. Go away. Wow, not your tail in my face. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. All right. Yay. Okay, let me change the game. If anyone wants to play, you're more than welcome to as well. Are you biting me? What's your problem? What is your problem, huh? Nope. Okay, I think I updated the game. Doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ooh. I see Llama is on. Llama did ask me, oh, Jesus, would you get off my keyboard? Thank you. Llama did ask me, they did say that they worked very late and that they could possibly join later. And I was like, okay, but I'm not going to stay up that late though. So I don't know if I can do it during the week. Here I am Monday at midnight. I wish I had self-control, you know? It would be great. Apparently don't, but you know, it would have been great. Okay, are we still good? Okay, we're still good. Ooh. Wait, when does the battle pass thingy start? I'm still waiting for them to have my the gun that I want in here, and then, you know, making poor life decisions and, you know, spending money on it. Oh, that's nice. Wow, relax. Jesus, this cat. Okay. I was like, what is that noise? I'm not gonna lie, I like the idea of this origami set. The only thing is I wish it had some sort of like animation to it, you know? I like the look of it. It's just there's nothing special about it. And you know there's nothing special about it because it doesn't cost you like, you know, your firstborn, you know? I don't have to sacrifice one of my pets to like, you know, to buy it. You know, like one of the melee weapons. Mm-hmm. 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 Are you cold? What is your problem? One of your pets like a cat? know what you're talking about. I traded you for a gun. Anyone want a cat? Do you like him? He's cute. He's adorable. He likes to hug. Hmm? Hmm? Are you stepping on my keyboard again? Seriously though, where can we sell some cat feet pics to, you know, pay for some medical bills? Hmm? All right. Let's get into it. I usually do team deathmatch. What? You're my way. I don't know what you're meowing at me for. I swear.
Match found.
It's actually a lot easier for me when he's in my arms like this because he's not walking on my keyboard. Okay. Let's see. Team deathmatch. Do 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 do. Dello! Oh, thank you for the biddies. Welcome, welcome. Hi, how are you? I'm already sleepy. Oh my god. Has anyone been watching the what's that show called? Star Trek Academy? Has anyone been watching it? I thought it was good. I liked it. My brother didn't like it. He said it felt very too teen angsty. And I'm like, they're literally at an academy for school. What did you think was gonna happen?
Dizzy has targets.
You know what? I'm tired of your shenanigans. Ah! I died. I'm doing good. Got home from the weekend fun. Miss playing with the 40. Ah, yeah. How have you been? I haven't seen you much.
Somebody's there. Sit down.
10 seconds until stage change.
Reloading.
Run, little man.
Stage 2.
Mosh pit.
Doo doo doo.
Stay down.
Charge your ults.
Results.
Ah! You got me first. You got me first. That bitch.
Seconds until stage change.
Get him, wingman.
Stage 3.
Ah! Didn't see them there. Okay, they're all going down now.
Get stabbed with the rampage. Ultimate orb spawning.
Jesus. I'm like, is someone behind me?
New stage in 10.
They were, in fact, behind me.
Final stage.
Saw you, Mosh. Up and away. Somebody's there.
Ah! What did you do on the weekend, Dello?
That's one rampaging raise.
Little man. Shot my wingman.
How dare you?
Reloading.
Ah! Bitch.
Reloading.
Get out of here. Jesus, can I? Damn it! To be honest, I thought they had their I thought they had their ult in their hands. Okay, so there's two tournaments I want to do. So if y'all didn't know, in Canada, Indigenous Peoples Month is in June, and in the States it's in November. So I wanted to either do a DBD tournament in November and or in June, because I also want to try to do a Valorant tournament, which I think would be very fun to do. I just need someone to help coordinate it with me. So So I'm trying to see if maybe we could see if we could find someone who would be willing to do that, because I do have a big event that I want to do in November. So maybe it might be in November instead. So I was like, do I hold off and do a tournament in... Like, should I do one in... Should I do them both in June and November? I don't think I would have the energy to do it, because I really do have an idea for November, which I actually, I'm gonna apply for this grant to see if I could do it, because I really want the event in November to be good, because the thing that I want to do in November is I want to have Indigenous Gaming Awards. And so I was going to do everything online, but I'm like, wait, maybe I should do it in person. Like, it could be online too, but it could also be like have an actual event on person. I know. I'm thinking about it. Apparently, I moved around too much. But Jesus, I'm trying to get your hair out of my... Okay. What do we need? Bind?
All right.
Yes, sir.
Where's the fight?
Okay, Kitty, you know what? You're either sitting down or you're going to lay down on the couch. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Your hair is all over my face.
You shouldn't have to say this because, you know, my vibe, but stay clear on my explosions, okay?
Do you hear me? Okay. Okay, you gotta sit there then. All this hair on my face. Let's go. Where are we going? Where are we going? What other tournament ideas we have? I mean, Fortnite's always fun. That was right. I was gonna try to do a Fortnite one.
Enemy spotted B. Hawk out!
Spike down B.
I don't know what our teammate was doing. They just kind of were like standing there.
I have the spike. Last player standing. Spike down B.
You're gonna get it now. Oh, you missed. Nice try. Try again, try again.
30 seconds left.
Did you realize that these aren't our teammates?
Ten seconds left.
Come on, Raze, you cheeky bugger. Let's get into him.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Raina, take them all down.
and tear. Planted. Rip and tear.
Last player standing.
Jesus.
Thorns are locked. Thorns are alive.
This is what happens when you play sometimes with randos. You have people who just like do weird shit. It's like, what you doing?
Control the space. Control their choices.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I got yous, okay? Hawk out!
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
One of these.
Launching thorns. Thorns activated. Launching thorns. Thorns activated. Spike planted. Blast placed.
One enemy remaining. Last round in the half.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use our stuff.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down B. Last player standing. A.
Oh my god.
Switching sides.
When Reyna gets started, it's hard to stop her. I'd like to avoid that, please.
You didn't see that. You didn't see it. This hair is still in my mouth.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
Hawk out!
Blinded.
Nope. At this point, I just want to get out of this match.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
30 neon.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Good luck.
Flashing.
Hmm. Oh.
Nice try, bro.
Match point.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Let's go.
Now we wait. Rip and tear. Rip and tear. Lighting crack.
Blinded.
Spike down B. Spike is B. Last player standing. Attackers win.
I mean, games were hacked. That's what happened. You know, something happened. Did I not hear like a sound? Guess I could leave that. Did I not hear a sound? Okay, I need to get to bed before 2 a.m. Thank you for the stream. I'll leave a lurk up. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Thank you for bringing your community over. I appreciate you. Wait. Wait a minute. I was lurking in someone's stream. Where did that go? Jeez. Here we go. I always find it funny when your stream makes noises and it's like, I don't know where that sound went. What's that sound? I don't really use DoorDash. Royalty and Legacy expansion pack. Is it because I said thrones? Okay. Oogly doogly. Okay. Let's see. All right. So we did a swift play. Oh my god, we can leave one. Okay, we either need to do unrated or we do a comp match. What should we do? Should we just try it? I can't play too long. You know what? Let's just do a comp match. Because you know what? Because I'm crazy that way. Let's see. I'm currently Iron 2. Let's hopefully I can get some nice people. Oh.
Match
I
found.
don't usually use operators. Breeze. Breeze. Let's see. Apparently the cat heard that.
Yes, I'm pumped.
Apparently the cat heard that. Snorlax. I have my name hidden because I'm just like... I don't need... I have the timer energy. Okay, let's do one comp match for the end of the night. And Zane, ooh, this one person apparently belongs to a Premier League. Isn't that what the numbers before their name mean? Right? If I'm not mistaken.
Who will they cry for once they know they're going to die?
I don't know why I'm over here. Like I said, I always have this thing about anytime I'm like up and shooting down, I tend not to hit them. You know, with my bullets.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Thank you. Nope. Not make it. No. Okay, you have to get down now.
Reloading. Spike down B.
Oh my god.
Grenade!
Last player
Yeah.
standing. Spike planted.
Sage, the life you give. Do you ever wonder where it's taken from?
Okay. All right. Also, I tend to feed my animals too much, and I've noticed these cats have been getting a little more, a little chunky, you know?
Spike down A. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Okay.
Fucking Christ. Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna run my fist through that omen's face. Can you even punch a ghost?
Seriously, you already... Wait, where did you get that gun from? Are you telling me that they can already afford... What is that?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I am so deranking.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Okay.
Okay. Grenade!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Why would you teleport there? I mean, that was an interesting choice.
Once more into battle.
Not the choice
I'm
I
not
would make,
tired.
but you know,
Are
interesting choice.
Going mid. Going C. Going B.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this until I have enough money to buy a good ticket, apparently.
Multiple enemies B.
Oh, Jesus.
Grenade! My territory, my rules! Colorful kill!
I got somebody.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B.
That's what happens when you... Oh, so cute! Ooh, look at that. It's got a little fish in a bag. That's adorbs. This is what happens when you now get... They're gonna get a little too confident, you know?
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B.
Ready.
Opponent killed.
Spike down B.
Thank you.
Here comes the party.
Come on, peek.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Fucking Christ! Oh, Jesus.
They want to dance? I'll lead.
I thought they were still over there. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's make some chaos.
Cover going out.
Grenade!
Scatter. Pitiful.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, was I shot from behind? You bitches.
Spike down
Okay,
B.
they have to come get it anyways. No, no, to your left. Are you not listening?
Paint? Check. Charges? Check.
I guess there was to the right, too. There was to the right.
Forward. Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down mid.
Begins.
Okay.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Sage, I thought you got that.
What did you say?
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Is it B? Oh my god.
Snack time!
Damn it.
Sorry. Only brought enough for me.
Okay, let's see.
Enemy spotted B.
Bomb buddy out. Grenade!
Spike spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Here. No more. Reloading.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left.
I know this is like one of those things where you're like, you should get a better gun, but I feel like sometimes this gun's the gun that gets me through, you know? I'm just saying, sometimes this gun's the gun that's gonna get me through.
Here.
Enemy spotted mid.
You should run. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
My territory! I have them now!
Last player standing.
Oh my god! Can I not get any shots?
I will take back what is mine.
Okay, let's try this again. We got another gun. We only got 4 kills. Let's be more aggressive. Problem is you can't push the Reyna. The Reyna's always with her op over there. It might be easier for us to play together, actually. Just picking us off one by one.
My ult's ready. Enemy spotted mid.
Bomb buddy out.
Spike planted. player
Ah!
Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
The hunt begins. To dust.
Your duty is not over.
Spike planted. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Watch this.
Okay. Grenade!
Last
Ah.
player standing. Team Ace.
At least they didn't get me with their ult.
Switching sides.
Let them try to get through me.
Okay. Let's play as a team.
I'll show
London.
you scary.
Hi, how is RPG?
Shadows traveling. Enemy spotted.
It was good. It was a lot, but good. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Phoenix and I were
standing.
playing some DBD earlier, and then I said, I want to do my dailies today. Anyone want to play Valorant? I do want to go to bed early, but Jesus, this comp match is not it, you know?
You say something?
Yo, we are already in, we're already all in it. You know what I mean? Like, just take the loss and have fun. Gotta work as a team. Listen, 310, we can still come back from this. I'm just saying. Go. You know Keo wants to? Ooh.
Go get him.
Enemy spotted mid.
Wow.
Last player standing.
I can't get out of here. I'm stuck. Shit, 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 shit. Jesus. I'm stuck in the corner.
My burden never ends.
But welcome, welcome. Thanks. Okay.
Stay safe.
Shadows traveling.
Spike down B.
Oh, bitch.
Last player standing.
Sage, you gonna take them all out or what? I don't know. She might surprise us. Or not.
Match point.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Even with numbers. All right, headshots it is. Let's go.
Let's flush them out.
Okay, let me... Oh my god.
The hunt begins.
Yo?
My territory, my fruit.
Reloading. Cover going.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Reloading. Planted. My ultimate is ready. Let's go! We bring enough body bags?
Might have gotten it.
Until I blind them to strike.
Alrighty. Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
Rip the light from them.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Spike down A.
Wait, did I have a spike? No. Thoman did. Oh my god. I still got this hair in my eyes.
Attaboy.
30 seconds left.
Oh shit! Get out of the way!
Yes, I will.
One enemy
remaining.
Three down. Your duty is not over.
Of course you still need me. Got the spike.
I did say she might I did say this Sage might surprise us.
Sage, you are truly limitless.
I mean, she did basically take that whole team out by herself, I'm just saying. Not me being bought. Oh my god. The two duelists at the bottom. Oh my god, Sage has been the bottom the whole time. And now is like taking us all out.
One enemy remaining.
Plant the spike. Spike planted. Enemy in defender spawn.
No, stay. No, stay on the spike.
Okay.
It is time.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
This game was almost over. This game was over.
Let's fly.
Spike dropped. Got the spike. Enemy spot. Weak.
Last player
Oh
standing.
my god.
Team Ace. Defenders win.
Okay, I'm still Iron 2. Whew. Still Iron 2. See, I didn't see any. Did they post somewhere that they wanted to play? Did Kyo say they wanted? Okay, wait, let's see. Like, this is what happens to you. Follow 1,000,001 people. The I think that's when I know my allergies are getting worse or they're bothering me more. Because I always get so itchy. My back gets itchy. Be on this shadow. Okay. Sorry. It's just killing time. Oh wait, were they playing with Llama? Is Llama live too? Still? No, they're at a 5-stack. Hmm. Okay, I think if I do one more comp, then I should have enough, but I don't know if I have the patience for another. You know what? Let's do it. Okay. And then we should be done our dailies. And then we'll go find someone to raid. I should have messaged Llama earlier. I'm so sleepy. My watch is a Fitbit watch. People always think it's an Apple Watch, but it kind of looks like an Apple Watch, but it's actually a Fitbit watch. Basically does everything that an Apple Watch does. It just the battery lasts a lot longer. And I mean, it can hook up to my phone and do things like that. I don't think it can answer my phone on it though, but I think I can get text messages on it if I wanted to. But yeah, I don't do that. Anyways, I've been looking at my sleep this past week. I have been sleeping like roughly like 6 to 7 hours. I'm not a 6 to 7 hour person. I'm like an 8 to 9 hour person. And I can tell why I'm getting so tired lately because I'm just like, I'm not sleeping properly. It's because I have a hard time falling asleep. Oh wait, I was just playing against that person.
the time in the world.
Guess I'll do smokes. We shall see. Also, I started stream later. I really should have started earlier. Also, I was like, why am I in my own stream? Oh, it's because I was lurking in your stream.
There is no retreat. Not when annihilation is at stake. This is our day.
All right, defending. Let's go. I'm not sleepy, you're sleepy.
Multiple enemies A. Enemy in
AFK, it seems.
Spike planted.
enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
Fucking Christ! Jesus.
Just gotta play around the
I
smoke
kid
fields
you
and
not,
have fun.
my brain was like, oh. That scared the bejesus out of me. Okay.
Don't give them ground.
What do we think? We think they're gonna play that twice? I need to get to the other side faster, though.
There they are.
Spike planted.
No peeking.
Enemy down.
Last player standing.
Damn
You
it.
know what we should do? I'll tell you. We should win.
Okay. I feel like running together might be the move, you know?
Come into the unknown.
I just have to get there faster.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted B.
No peeking.
You're nothing. My ult right.
Here, dash.
One enemy remaining.
Refresh
refreshing.
Spike planted.
Let's go, folks.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Was that important?
That was a move.
Those fools just wasted their advantage.
This is gonna be my lucky gun now.
Spike down A.
Kitty, if you step on this control, this. Okay, put your gun down.
Enemy and attacker spawn.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Blocking sight.
Joke's over! You're dead!
How you doing? What's your head? Okay.
Was that important? Another fight? Clean slate. Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
It definitely was not my lucky gun. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's all move together. I feel like the move together is the move. Hearing?
Here. Found them. Enemy spotted.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Wow, so embarrassing.
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll
I
leave
mean, Reyna, can I get a kill? Like, Jesus. I feel like at this point I don't even need. I just need to get a kill from Reyna, you know? Fucking Christ. Literally
You had your fun.
stood outside the box.
Right here.
You will not kill my
Spike
ally.
planted.
We'll begin. Blocking sight.
Enemy spotted B. Sleep time.
It's you and
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh my god.
This is nothing.
Stupid.
I would have knifed him.
We got this.
I mean, as long as this guy keeps doing worse than me. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I played with him before. Friggin' cat hair.
Drop in a smoke. Hawk out.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Joke's over! You're dead!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
He's behind you. Yeah, but this kid's
I
like
never
a
sign up for this shit.
Clutch.
How did he run that fast? Jesus.
I got things to do.
Okay. Right. Okay. No, you gotta get down. Thank you.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Spike is mid.
You were barely.
It's not even that I'm.
Creatures, it's a good thing, all right. We'll figure out what they do eventually.
I've died like 4 times. Nope. Get down. No, get down. Thank you. Oops, sorry.
Spike down B.
No peeking.
What the flip? I'm so sorry, Kitty. Come here. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to push you up. I meant to get you to go down, but you're not supposed to fall that way. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, baby. I meant to go push them to tell them to go down, and but then they tripped and they fell, and they landed on their side. The cats are supposed to land on their feet. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay, you go lay down on the thing, that you can't be on my controller.
Cheers, mate.
Okay? Go sit down.
They can't get an inch.
Here, sit down. Go ahead, sit down. You gotta sit down.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Last player standing.
I shot somebody.
Spike planted.
Can't use that. Drop in a smoke.
Fuck it, Doc. Alright, here, you can sit there.
Just let me try to catch
You can sit there. Sit down. Sit down. Not there. Thank you. There. Thank you. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Time to mobilize my pack.
What the?
It's you and
Oh my
me.
God. How did you?
Nowhere to run!
That's it. Now I just gotta die.
Here, cat. Lock inside. Drop in a smoke.
Clear angle behind me. I think.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Alright. How did I? Okay. Fucking Christ.
One enemy remaining.
Far. Body. Body slow.
Last player standing.
Good shit.
I'll see you in a minute.
Last round in the half.
Save nothing.
Help a girl out, would you?
I'm like, what? What? Okay, hold on. You know what? Hold on. Let me see. View. Oh no. Okay, hold on.
Keep up.
Video. Windowed. Full screen. Apply. Thank you. My it became windowed, and I'm like, I don't know why. It just happened.
My turn.
Spike planted.
The rush.
Fuck.
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Don't even start that shit yet.
This damn
Switching
cat
sides.
stepped on my keyboard and made it go like a window side, so it was like smaller, and I was like, oh my god, I can't see shit.
Overthinking is just
just as bad as underthinking.
Can do that. Bet you they're gonna get really mad. Yeah, our brain is definitely carrying us. They're literally 30 and 8. Although it is benefiting us, if I go in there and she is an iron, I'm gonna be like, BS, you know? You know what I mean, Jelly Bean?
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Hawk out! Blinded, no peeking!
Don't resist.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Reloading.
Down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, baby.
That was their best. Alright.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Okay. Okay, my time to shine. Let's go. Listen, the second half, not so great. This half, it's my game to win. Except the Reyna doesn't take them all out first.
Cutting their vision.
No peeking!
No, no, no. Go sit down. Go sit down.
Spike down. A.
Oh my god.
Last player standing.
Fuck.
My bad.
Aye, where to?
Oh my god. Now the other one's over here. Jesus. Can I play COD match without you harassing me?
Get on with it!
If you step on my keyboard, I swear, I'm gonna throw you. Yep. Nope, that's fine. Sit on my hand. It's not like I don't need it.
Revealing area. Joke's over! You're dead! Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
No peeking!
Shut up! Oh, you can see!
They're just batteries.
I told you, if you sit on my thingy one more time. Listen, okay. Listen, I will move it so you can sit there, but Jesus. For the love of peaches. Thank you.
I don't quit. Reloading. Hawk out! Drop in a smoke. No peeking! Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down
I
A.
got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
there. Can't place it.
Okay, relax.
Like us, but different.
Oh, shit.
We win with her bad.
Dropping smokes. Seek them out.
They will go. The rush.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Mother trucker. Like, I don't know what's worse. Me trying to play comp, you know, regularly, or me trying to play comp in the sea of cats on my desk right now. Okay, hold on. Thanks. I need this. This is fine, but I need my hand.
Hawk out. Drop in smoke.
Joke's over. You're dead.
No peeking.
It's you and me.
Refreshing.
Oh, okay. You know what?
Like I never left.
Huh?
My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
No, no.
Out on you.
Thanks. Oh,
Match point.
One
Okay.
more. Then first shout on me.
okay. Get down. Thank you. Jesus. Ugh.
Biggie Sova. Revealing area.
Loading. Blinded.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
I got the spike.
Enemy spotted A. Nice shot.
Attackers win.
I mean, the Reyna totally carried us right to the very end, but Jesus. Yeah. If she's iron, she is smurfing. Oh my god, 41? Yeah, no, she's not iron. Hell to the no. Oh my god, doing placements? Really? Really? All right, at least got my dailies done. All right, let us call it a day. Let's go find someone to raid. I might play some Valorant tomorrow. I probably won't stream it though. But if anyone wants to play Valorant with me, or even DBD, I'm usually up to playing some games. But today, I usually play DBD on Mondays, so I don't stream every day. I am thinking about switching my schedule. I normally do Monday, Wednesday, and then sometimes I'll do Friday or Saturday. But I'm kind of thinking that I might not do the weekend and just play some games and or do some community games. I do want to get back into The Sims though. at some point. Okay, let's go see. Let's go find someone to raid. See. Okay, so wait, did I read this person last time? Okay, we're gonna go raid someone. They, I believe, are part of the native VTuber network. They are also part of the Alliance. They are also part of. I'm pretty I mean, they might be. I'm not. I was gonna say I think they're part of IndigiHorpa too, but I don't. It's not ringing any bells. Plus, I'm not too sure who's all part of IndigiHorpa, to be honest. But let's go say hi to them. They're playing Rainbow Six Siege, and they, like I said, they're part of the Indigenous Alliance. And let's go say hi and share some love. Thank you for all for being here and hanging out. Hopefully we can play some more games. Oh, hi Shay. Yes, have a good night. Let's go over and say hi. Let's go say hi to our new friend. They are part of the Indigenous Alliance. Let's go say hi. Here are the raid messages. The first one is if you're a subscriber. The second one is if you were a follower. And let's go over and say hi and show some love. Again, I should be live again on Wednesday. I don't know if I'll do tomorrow. We shall see. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm kind of like all over the map, really, to be honest. But I know DVD, the new chapter's coming out. So maybe we'll play tomorrow. Maybe we won't. Just because it's usually really sweaty when anything new happens. So, you know. Or maybe I could play a little earlier. Who knows? We shall see. If I do anything, I might do a co-working stream tomorrow because I do need to get a lot of stuff done, and the body doubling really has been helping me a lot. So yeah. All right. Thank you everyone. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. Thank you everyone who came by. Thank you to my subscribers, Circuiteer, Daenerys, Phoenix, Panda, Ben, and of course my mods who stopped by. And of course, thank you to the lovely people who rated me today. It went by so fast I couldn't even read their names. Let's see till they go by again. Hurry! Is it gonna happen? No! Oh, there we go. Oh my god, we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. Oh my god! Thank you, London. Thank you, Virtue. Thank you, Hector. Oh my god.